I'll leave you now.
No.
Oh, okay.
Yes, we're here. Hello, everybody. Hello.
Hey.
Hey, Crazy Fox. I see you in there already. Let's do this. Let's do what? Sorry, wait, like, if it was anybody
and
else.
Salutations, denizens of the Abyssal Chorus.
Hey, Shocky Fox. Crazy Fox, I'm concerned when you say let's do this. If it's anybody else, I just assume it's, you know, the usual, oh yeah, we're excited. When it's you, I feel fear. But hello everybody, welcome. I hope you've had a wonderful week and weekend so far. And for those of you who are coming over from it, I hope you had a great time on Squeaky Stream. She did some dope-ass endwalkering. And tried and failed to experience the wonders of Rival Wings. We tried, we really did, guys. Rival Wings makes me so sad in 14 because it's a fun mode, especially with the new powers, like how they reworked PvP. But goddamn, there is no reason to queue for it. It is a painful truth. Oh my god, and also we're at session 50 today. I am impressed by this, and bewildered. You have nothing to worry about, you know, foxes are notoriously trustworthy. Yo, it's true, we got 2 foxes in the chat right now.
We have no special art, though. I feel so bad.
No, we've got special art.
Oh.
We've got a special art.
Please?
Maybe 2, maybe more. But yes, welcome. I hope all of you again are having a wonderful time. This weekend... Okay, I know why it feels so weird. I cut out caffeine on, like, Thursday, and I've just been, like, most of the weekend. I'm like, I'm such a tired baby. But you know, I did some push-ups to get the blood flowing. I've got energy in me. I want to die. It's gonna be great.
Wonderful. I mean, what?
No, don't worry. It's not the concerning kind of die. It's more like, oh god, my arms hurt. Because I've just been like doing little push-ups and crunches to get back into like being physically relevant. And it's hurting places that shouldn't hurt. Like, I understand, like, oh yeah, my upper arm's a little because I'm doing push-ups and I haven't done them in forever. But like, my sides hurt, and I'm pretty sure it's just like it's related to when I got rear-ended, because like my shoulders and back have hurt more since then.
Proud of you.
Oh, thank you.
It gets easier the longer you keep trying.
Also, you know, Final Fantasy has more sessions than the rest of Jake's games combined. Neat, right?
Yay.
I'm not sure if that's a compliment or an insult. It's not the concerning kind of die. What? Listen, there are a lot of kinds of dying in the world. Dying of laughter, dying of death, dying of physical exertion. They're all very distinct and unique. Ow.
Isn't
There are so many various ways to die, metaphorically and literally. But don't worry, we're only doing metaphorical ones today. And maybe, like, in-game somebody might die. You never know, honestly. I don't entirely control that. Like that time Trin almost dived into a mile deep hole. Like, if you swan dive in
But
that
we're
hole...
still far from the next milestone. Having more sessions than ever.
Oh. Yours cut out. Linbot, return to us.
Oh, I see.
You had a brief cut out. You back?
Fate has decreed that need now be put to voice.
Ah.
Carry on.
Eli effect if necessary, I can bury your body. Yeah, don't you know about his Gravekeeper protocol? Speaking of, let's move over to the roleplay stream. where you guys can once more enjoy this gorgeous art brought to you by Alara, commissioned by Squeaky, of everybody in their
Called
wonderful
Erda, not
swimsuit.
Alara.
Sorry, Erda. Yeah. It's been a while. My brain mooshes. Thank you for correcting me, though.
Erda Enos.
As we look at the Happy Bunch hammer with his rock hard abs.
It literally says it on the art.
Yes. Listen, I wasn't looking at the art when I said it. I just had it panned over the art. I have multiple monitors. I have the luxury of not looking at what I'm talking about. Or rather, the punishment. Yes, the abs of champions. Oh, god damn it. But yeah, we also have a little extra...
Technically true.
Technically true. God damn it. Listen, at the end of the day, it might be literally true. But we also have this. Lynn decided to draw this in her off time, and with her permission, we now have this here. So all of you can enjoy Kijo's steely, multicolored gaze. Understand, this is what everybody has looking at them all the time. But thankfully, charisma stat and attractiveness are not actually the same thing. All the time. As I already gave you your 2 coins for this, so I will move this over to here. Here's a good spot for this. You know, let's put it over here, so like every time you guys go to consider summoning something, you can just stare into Kijo's eyes. And before we get into the recap
Listen,
and all that...
There's a reason my other table tells me I'm not allowed to dump charisma. I'm simply too charming.
We say... Why does it remind me of a samurai duel? I can see that. Kind of like the because of the focusing in on the face, like, you know, the battle is about to commence kind of screen. Also kind of makes me think of Persona all-out attacks and crits for reasons. Already every 10 sessions, more of our friends came out of the woodwork and we need more walkie-talkies. Listen, they make friends at a reasonable pace. But as I was going to say, before we get into recap, I do have a little bit of bad news.
I could definitely edit that up as an eye-catch GIF if we ever do an over-edited version of this game.
I also noticed I accidentally turned off the donation goal in this tab. There we go. So, with everything going on in the world and how bills are, I am going to be getting a job in the near future. I have 2 lined up right now. Hopefully they won't interfere much with the streaming on the whole, but if they do, unfortunately they will. I am still going to leave the monthly goal up there. If we can consistently make it and keep making it, then eventually maybe I can get rid of the job and go back to full-time. But until that day comes, it is how it will be. The only thing I am sure about is no matter what happens, Final Fantasy and Sundays will be preserved. It is the greatest joy to see these goobers
Huzzah.
rip through a world, causing all manner of mayhem and, joy. So, Lynn, did you manage to finish the whole recap, or?
No.
Okay. We'll go as far
But anyway.
as far as we can with it, and once the time comes, we'll hand it off. And that person will get an extra 2 coins for being the savior they are destined to be. I'll get the goal next week. You know, that's all up to you, Crazy Fox. Be responsible with your money. I obviously appreciate it, but it's never required. But yes, let me turn on Linbot so that the recapping can commence. Mighty Linbot, when you are prepared.
Also obvi we don't want it all to come down to one generous person. Makes it rather unstable, you know?
Of course. So, again, donations, no matter where they come from, are appreciated. And just you guys being here is appreciated. Knowing that people are entertained by this and actually care to watch it is... God damn it. Chalky fuck. Don't fund Jake's essential needs addiction. But,
Very
no.
much so.
Yeah,
I
just
don't understand why I'm still here, but here we are.
because you're a treasure and a delight. Just like Din, who refuses to acknowledge it.
What?
Okay, getting right into this. So we start out in the Adventurers Guild with Kijo, Juliet and Sakura, the latter of which mostly just happened to be along from the conversation before. Juliet arrives not remotely late but ran there anywhere. Look at her go, exercising. Anyway, Sakura isn't actually participating, and the show isn't actually going on for a little, which is all well and good because Kijo wanted to talk. Wanted to have someone talk to Yorikobi for her about yoinking his nomination for the champions. Also dropping months in for Yojimbo because someone needs to get this statuette remade or at least repainted, things all wrong. But enough of that little aside, Yorikobi gives us a hard maybe and we cut to Mimi, Nihilus and Hecate faffing about the library full of books they can't actually read. They sure are trying though. Precious, though predictably going a whole lot of nowhere. So instead they move toward the backup plan, asking other people. Nihilus posits the Republic may have some choice knowledge on the science, though there's very little means of reaching out to them, barring Sophie and people he's not willing to ask. Which means that one's a bit dead in the water for leads, so how about pestering Eli and Jeremy to try to dig up stuff on science for them? Oh right, Jeremy, for those of who are all like, wait, the heck is that? Is the guy currently running the Luminous Wings Guild? So sending sent and responses garnered, they're totally on it for whatever that's worth. Hooray! Elsewhere, Trin and Kato watch a play. Kato is super into it, Trin thinks it's a bit passé but isn't going to ruin it for her excited and engrossed partner. As for how it goes, we have us a story of a lowborn pining for a highborn, and we have something of a mix between Tale of the Bamboo Cutter and the Labors of Hercules, but also Betrayal and Dragons, that totally isn't full of foreshadowing. Upon its conclusion, they discuss the merits of portraying a play from different points of view to get the entire story, which also totally isn't foreshadowing. Nope. At which point we return to violence. It appears these adventurers contestants are rather disappointing. So much so that we off-screen everything but the finals. Though we do cover a short aside montage of Kijo 1v4ing a bunch of sexist domins, as a treat. Either way, the hors d'oeuvres barely served even to whet the appetite, leaving much to be desired, but perhaps the main course might at least provide a modicum of entertainment. Who is it anyway? And lo, out from the opposite gate steps the Lord of Mercenaries himself, Yorikobi, who very clearly proves his title is not simply for show. Alas, one epic action sequence later, Team Spellblade emerges victorious. The matter of sponsorship for the champions is once again broached, and that hard maybe turns into a harder maybe that is basically yes with stipulations. Those stipulations being, hey, do you wanna join my guild? Or at least that's what negotiations wrought. He wanted to bring in the whole of yokai, but obviously that ain't happening. So hey, the woman referred to as Kijo is now officially an adventurer, and also their designated champion. Oh, and Kijo asked them to upgrade Juliet's equipment as her reward. Juliet is being all secretive about hers though. But fine, fine. Regroup with Sakura and head out. Moving right along, Mimi has gotten off the leash again, probably because Sakura was busy, but seriously Nihilus, one job. No matter, let's see what that spud is up to. Oh, here we are. Seems she's running around looking at various shrines trying to find answers. A notion that is rather summarily nixed by none other than, well, Nyx. The green hairs have assembled once more, which means things are about to go poorly. The tall one mocks the small one's efforts and laughs at the horrific reality in a bout of her usual schadenfreude, but also offers to fix her little problem in the most obvious and direct fashion, matricide. Doesn't seem to get much traction though, and Mimi kills the mood by not even engaging enough to be fun to harass. So Nyx, bored and disappointed, leaves Mimi to continue her fool's errand. Fast forward a bit and the group sends Mimi reconvene at the house, where Nihilus shows off his adamantite tools while also having to answer the question of where the potato went. Trin divulges that Nyx is around and that's concerning. Yet, they remain unaware of the tragedy but a few short steps away. The tail of a bird, a fruit, and a great treasure destroyed. Boko has eaten Trin's melon. It's okay though, Hammer bought more. But it doesn't have catnip, but it does have booze. This is acceptable. Also Garland's armor was a no-show, so it seems it may actually be avoiding Hammer entirely. Shame that. Oh well. Right. Regrouped and discussed the matters at hand. Take it away.
Okay, so let's see, so Trin did mention about a map they found that apparently can find Hades and Nua now. They're not really sure if it's actually legit, so they're gonna have to check on that later, but for now, it's a maybe. Nihilus found out about Nyx, of course, but then he also found out about Hammer's armor that's also over there on vacation. I'm not sure, don't think they're together with Nyx, but they're also around there somewhere.
I'm sorry, I just couldn't
so-
help imagine the armor on the beach drinking a martini. Just
I'm telling
Same.
you. Mhm.
empty suit of armor.
Yeah, they're on vacation too. I mean, why else they will be here? Anyway, so they decide to do what the best thing they could do, get drunk. So they ate all the watermelon. They did leave me a few slices, so that's nice. They just talked about how the days were. They hanged out a little bit. I'm pretty sure I would kill the mood if I went there, so I kind of took the long way back. By the time I got there, Nihilus was the only one up. He saved a few slices, as I said, and he just gave them there, and I really needed them. Like, really, really needed them. So I just gobbled them up as I explained what happened. And, yeah, the watermelon wasn't enough. So, sadly, the powder thingy I have, only changes flavors and can't really turn the bathtub into a giant barrel of wine. But it's fine. It's fine. Totally fine. Totally cool. I did find some cooking wine that made the trick. And after we had a very calm conversation that I'm sure he will not remember because I'm pretty sure he was too drunk to do that. He did bring up a point about relying on the team, which, to be fair, yeah, I get it. But like if my problems are gonna like kind of like bother them, I'm probably gonna keep it for myself. Otherwise, I will try to talk a little more. Baby steps, you know? And, by the way, I didn't cry, I just may have had something in my eyeballs. Fine.
Lawless steps, you know.
Yes. At some point, I did fall asleep. Don't remember when. And I may have been completely soaked when that happened and smelling of wine. But it's fine. After that, I think Kijo and Juliet also had a really private talk, something about like Kijo's name and like what they're really called. And after a little bit more talking, Juliet did leave the house by herself, being a lady, which I think is a big issue. And apparently it's only an issue when it's me and not Juliet, so it's fine. And they just wandered off. And yeah, the sun is coming out now, right, DM?
Yeah, it's gonna be a wonderful morning. As I have slid your bribes over to you two for your wonderful recaps. As with all of that, the sun is rising, the day is starting. Kijo, as I usually assume, you are one of the first to wake. You will begin your morning routine, I assume. Oh, you're not actually you're what's going on then? I'm concerned and confused. What could you possibly be doing at this dawn? I see. As Kijo, you take to the couch contemplating. Hammer snoring loudly, half falling off the other couch. as you are debating your thoughts currently. We are going to start with Trin. Good friend Trin.
Yeah.
You had a little bit of, like beer melon and then just beer, and you had a lovely night of sleep with this elven lad next to you. But you find yourself waking up surprisingly early today. Maybe you just rested really well.
Oh, slump. Oh.
As you slump, you find yourself like half on top of Kato as he's like, oh god. Oh, good morning, Trin. Hello.
Good morning. What are you doing under there?
I believe that's your responsibility.
Excuse me?
You were very affectionate last night.
Looks down. Are they wearing clothes? I'm pretty sure we didn't do anything. I don't know.
If I remember correctly, Trin was complaining about her clothes being very hot and wanted to have less on.
Okay. That doesn't mean that they're fucking naked.
No, they're not. No, Trin's not naked, but like Trin goes to look at themselves and it's like, oh yeah, most of the clothes I was wearing are off. They're just on the floor.
Oh. Well, if you, keep your eyes closed.
Okay. As he like closes his eyes tight again and puts a hand over them to be like, I'm not looking.
Just grabs the blanket and is just like in their head thinking of like, they've seen me in my underwear before, but now in this new context, it's like, we can't just no. Just like wraps himself in the blanket like a burrito. Okay.
As he like spreads the fingers of his hand and opens his eye. Okay, isn't it okay to look or?
Yeah, it's fine.
Oh, okay. As he takes off his hand and leans up. Did you? I mean, you seem like you slept well.
More or less. Thankfully not hungover. I didn't do anything dumb and embarrassing, did I?
No, not in the slightest. You were a little bit fussy. Apparently the clothes were a little too stuffy for you.
That seems to happen every time I get drunk.
You don't think that might be a pattern, do you? He like looks down contemplatively for a moment.
That could be a sign that I'm becoming an alcoholic.
Should we cut back on giving you access to drink?
Ears lower. Maybe life should just consider not being so stressful. They just start rolling off the bed.
As you roll off the bed, a thump onto the floor as Kato
Bloop.
scurries out from the front of the bed, steps over the rim to like not step on you by accident.
Has life ever considered that? Not being as stressful?
I mean, hasn't here been about not being as stressed?
And yet I stress anyway. Odd that.
That sounds like we should really find the source of that stress and take care of it.
I guess it's more anxiety than anything.
As he, again, like, puts a hand on his chin thinking, well, thankfully we have each other to tackle it with, right? As he'll go to pluck you up.
So all rather ironic, I'm the one that suggested this whole vacation. And I feel like I'm the one that's enjoyed it the least.
Well, I mean, the only idea we really came here with was the beach. Is there anything else in particular you'd like to do?
Unfortunately, at the fear of standing out too much, no, not really.
So
I've never been to one.
So taking off the fear of things. If you could do anything you wanted right now, what would it be?
Don't know. I guess I haven't really taken the chance to truly look around. None of the competitions have really piqued my interest. don't really know. Maybe I'm more boring than I thought.
Well, there's still 2 days left. Take some time to think it over.
Hmm.
You've done what I wanted. Others wanted. The least we can do is do something you want, right?
That's if I even want to do anything. Yeah, Kato. It's fine. Not a big deal. We mostly came with the idea of relaxing. The revelry was just a pleasant surprise.
You haven't been doing much relaxing.
Well, you know, some plans fall through. That's fine.
For 4 days!
Sometimes plans fall 4 days in a row.
Ugh. As
3 more.
he'll gently set you down back on the bed.
Hmm.
Well... Again, think about it. If there's nothing, there's nothing. But if there's something... As I imagine, Hijo, there's about to be a knock on the door. As, you guys are conversing. Converse. Oh, damn it. My brain is empty. I'm very sorry. You hear some, whacking away at the door.
Hmm. What
Who is it?
it?
I'll get it. As, through the long silence, you...
Oh, it must be Keisha. No
God.
reply to the nobody of Keisha.
No reply, it must be that mute bitch. Damn it. Sorry, that just reminded me of a Kato Shoujo thing. As Kato will go to open the door, Kijo, you standing in the way. A deep, thoughtful expression as you look into the room. As Trin, you lock eyes with Kijo. Kijo looking at you with a strong and deliberate intent.
The ears lower again. I didn't do anything.
As you hear in your head, Trin, I need clothes.
You have clothes. What's wrong with your clothes?
I think your clothes look very nice on you, Kijo. As Katsu smiles obliviously, only hearing Trin's words. Fashionable clothes. I forgot.
Wait. Why?
I'll let you two talk. Excuse me, as he tries scooting by you, Kijo, so you can enter the room. I'll go, get some breakfast ready for everybody. I've been watching, I'm sure I can whip up something decent. As Kato, quietly absconds, leaving you two alone. You hear in your head, listen, I entered the fashion contest, and it's going on in a few hours. You said you wanted a favor? What's your price?
I thought I was going to be getting the favor if you wanted me to help you get into the samurai competition as your sponsor. Are you telling me you can't pick out a sensible outfit for a competition?
As you say this, Trin, you remember where Kijo took you guys for swimsuits.
Oh yeah, they know. They're giving like a smirk. Like, are you telling me you don't know?
Smug expression coming across your face. The horrors of that swim shop still fresh in both of your minds. And Kijo's total defeat on the ground. I swear, I need to control myself better. Every time I stop to speak, I take a sip of sports drink. No wonder I have to pee every 2 hours. I have been made aware that I am perhaps not the most well coordinated when it comes to clothes. So I ask again, what's your price? As Kijo looks at you, Trin, a determination and fire in her eyes, a passion
where,
to
like,
win and be fashionable.
This is like where like Trin is sitting there as like a burrito, and there's just like the smug face is still there, and even though it's under like blankets and stuff, there's like the leg cross and the arms fold, and it's like, well, for something so simple, there really isn't much I can ask now, is there? Although I did quite like the vision of you groveling on the ground and looking down on you.
Are you going to mock me, or are you going to tell me what you want?
Oh, I might really need to think about that. I could ask for another hilarious display. It's not often I get exactly what I want.
As Kijo crosses her arms, that determined look on her face as Trin, you feel like you have quite a bit of power in this situation. Is this what being a monarch is like?
I will say, there's probably not going to be many more chances to see another sight like that again. Do you think?
As she looks at you with her strong, steely gaze, trying to be unflinching in front of your taunting.
It's just like this would be like quite like the dramatic scene if Trin wasn't wrapped like a fucking burrito.
What are you talking about? Trin is the most dignified they'd looked in ages.
I will have to genuinely think about that, though. Really, I could keep putting on aristocratic airs as much as I want, and let you decide whether I mean it or not.
As Kijo continues to silently stare you down.
I mean it. I was gonna do a whole nice spiel about how the idea of you groveling at my feet and gritting your teeth while you had no choice but to stay there while I looked down on you from on high. Just can't really bring myself to mean that. Sounds gross. Sounds like something my uncle would say. Really, just like shuffles an arm out of the burrito and like scratches his head. Hmm. This is the second time. This is the second time since recent that someone's been asking me for a favor. Starts rubbing chin.
Had I won the volleyball contest, I intend to ask you of this as my demand. Alas, I did not. Much to my eternal frustration. So here we are.
Well, just because you mean it and you look at me that way doesn't mean I see you the same. It's not nice.
Oh no, this as in ask you for help with the fashion contest.
Oh. Oh.
I look down on you haughtily from on high, making you grovel at her feet.
Look, I can't think of a darn thing, so tell you what, I'll help you anyway, and if I think of anything by then I'll ask you a favor. Is that good enough?
Understood.
And then the whole time, you can writhe in anxiety of what horrible or embarrassing deed I might ask of you. I think that sounds like a lot of fun. I'm hungry!
I can only imagine you burrito hop your way by Kijo.
Yes. Yes.
As you hear, I don't believe you will. As you hop your way into the kitchen. Kijo making her way to another room. But before she gets to that room, Mimi, you start to wake up.
Here's I'm hungry through the hallway and just what? Stretches. Head.
Good
Am I
morning.
still... Morning. Jake, am I still wet from the bathtub?
No, you are dry.
Oh,
Around you is dry.
nice.
You look next to you. You see a change of clothes.
Oh. Oh, did I stay in the bed or something with the clothes?
I don't know what happened. I woke up, the bed was wet. Or rather, you were wet.
Yeah, I may have jumped in the bathtub.
Either
Sorry.
way, I took the liberty of getting you something to change into.
Thank you.
There's also something to eat. As she is sitting on the floor in like a meditative stance, she motions to the desk next to her as you see a little breakfast set up there.
She'll get up. Food. Have you eaten yet?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. So start noodling.
As you go over to the desk, you'll see some chopped up apples, some grapes set aside, a little bit of like bread and butter.
So start taking a little bit of everything. Have you been up for a while, or did you just wake up?
I haven't kept track of the time. I want to say at least an hour. Mostly had to take care of the sheets and such without waking you. That was a little bit of a task.
Again, sorry.
She shakes her head. It is what it is.
Next time, maybe wake me up. I'll help. I didn't even know I got in the bed. Like I would have changed before getting in the bed. I'm sorry.
It's nothing to fret about. I'm not bothered. It was a problem, so I took care of it. Wouldn't want you catching a cold.
Thanks.
How
So
are you
just-
feeling? Enjoying the vacation?
I won't lie to you. She'll keep eating.
You don't say anything else?
No, I won't lie to you. No.
I would say avoiding it altogether is almost worse than lying. At least we've grown accustomed to gleaming the truth from your words.
Things just keep getting worse, and there's no solutions, no clues.
Are they getting worse, or
They are.
what's happened?
They're not just captured against their will. They are suffering every minute of longer they are like that, it's just gonna get worse and worse for them, and I can't just enjoy stuff knowing they're suffering.
So, nothing's actually happened. You just know more.
Yeah, I guess.
It's an unfortunate luxury, but at least you're not clouding your vision or searching for answers as much. You know their state. You know potentially what needs to be done, I hope. It's just a matter of divining it.
I don't know what I'm supposed to do. They say it's supposed to be me, and I don't know what I'm supposed to do. Heck, I can't even do that Dark Knight thing. It keeps taking longer and longer, and knowing what they're probably going through, I can't even imagine what they're going through, but just the thought of it, I may do something reckless and may get someone killed, and I might just end up screwing everything up.
Well, there's little we can do about maybes. Focus on what is. Right now you are here, in a bastion full of allies. We're in a city of trade and luxury. As unfortunate as that is, as she cringes a little at, like, parties. Take the opportunities day by day.
Everyone's got their games and competitions going on. They can enjoy their vacation. I'll keep looking for stuff. I keep looking for clues, finding someone. I contacted Little Miss Wings yesterday, and maybe we have something. We also asked Eli, and I might know of someone else that could also help, but kind of risky. I probably need to talk to everyone about that one.
Well, once you're done eating, we can go talk to them. She'll pick herself up and give you a pat on the head.
Oh, we can go now. It's fine.
You need to eat. As she walks over to the door and leans on it.
No. Take another piece of apple. Okay, fine.
As you'll be forcibly consuming your breakfast at the being held hostage by Sakura.
Ow.
As Nihilus, you are sleeping peacefully. You and Hecate on your sides of the bed.
Mm-hmm.
As Kijo, I believe you are knocking at the door, disrupting the tranquility these two share. As you hear thunking at the door.
Just
Nihilus, make them go away. The door is not locked. Well, unless Nihilus locked it.
no, thank you. But
Will you barge in?
Kick it open.
it starts getting up.
As Nihilus, you're getting up, you're stretching. Make a reflex save.
Yeah, okay.
As you look to the door in time, Kijo stepping in, a wooden sword flying to you. You manage to hold up your arms to block it, but unfortunately do not catch it. As it clatters to the ground in front of you.
Ah, God, what? Hey. He picks up the sword.
As you look at this wooden blade, the message is clear. As the Kate is also slowly getting up. What was all of that about?
He just holds the sword up. I think Kijo wants something today. He rubs he just rubs his forearm.
Well, I'm going to go prepare myself properly. You have fun with your friend.
Let's see what's happening. I'll figure out if it's fun or not.
As you will follow after Kijo.
Mm-hmm.
As Kijo, I take it you want some sparring rounds with Nihilus? As she is there waiting for you, Nihilus, all stanced up.
You sure are eager today. I didn't realize it was morning already.
First order of business, show me your stance.
All right. He just looks like around. Okay. And he just stands up. Again, as a Dark Knight would, I guess.
Yeah, as you assume the traditional stance of Dark Knights, a very heavy, more brutal stance designed to, you know, for heavy blows, cleaving creatures apart kind of approach.
Maximum damage.
The kind of approach designed to brutalize somebody, as you hear in your head, wrong.
What do you mean wrong?
As Kijo, you begin adjusting his arms. For you, while you have traveled around and fought numerous types of folk, you have not really been so inclined as to come into contact with Dark Knights. Maybe the Stray Sin Eater, but for the most part, they're on the opposite side of the world, in both regards. So, yes, to you, his stance would be wrong on many levels, given his art is entirely foreign to you. As you start readjusting him into a more samurai stance. A more domin posture, as in your head, Nihilus, you hear, for impersonating a samurai. This is proper.
Oh. This feels uncomfortable.
The blade is a single edge and is slightly curved.
Notice that. So I have to stand like this, huh?
There are various other neutral stances, as I imagine Kijo will continue explaining the basic nuances of holding a katana or blanking on what the two-handed ones are called.
I don't know if it's Odachi or
No dachi. No dachis. We can go
Yeah,
through
no.
them until you find one you're comfortable with.
Okay. Right. Have to look the part. and act the part, I guess.
For your build, this'll likely do.
Mhm.
As Ijo, you continue adjusting Nihilus, helping him prepare for tomorrow. Inside, Mimi, eventually you finish eating. Sakura lets you come out, as you guys see Hammer, who was going into the kitchen, is like, "Oh, hey guys, come here. Hey, you two. Come on, you gotta see this."
What?
As he starts waving all of you along. Trin, the door opens, you see Hammer, like, gesturing, like, hey, come on, follow me.
What?
As, by this point you've had some breakfast, for the record.
Oh.
Good.
Okay.
Follow me. As,
Up.
you guys follow Hammer. He seems like, he stops, looks at the door, and is like, "No, that's too obvious." He opens in here, as all of you are guided into this room. As outside, you, at this point are able to, through this window, right here, this lovely window, all able to look out and see Nihilus and Kijo training, teaching him how to stand like a samurai.
Oh,
I'd imagine it's like a whack every now and then to get him to stand, like, to adjust to my. He's like, damn it. Is that necessary?
As Nihilus, you have a few whelps and bruises. As Kijo is rather hands-on with Nihilus. This might be a little salacious if you did not know of Nihilus and Hecate sharing a room, and Kijo's general hands-onness when it comes to these sorts of matters, teaching him how to not stand like a foreigner.
When it comes to actually hitting the other person, do I need to go all that too, or can I just do what I know?
Jano Kame O Gusumi, as she starts listing things off in Doman that you're not familiar with what the words mean. After a little bit of being moved around and in sync with her own words, you start putting together that they're stances. You don't need to memorize the names, just remember the basic posture.
Well, at least that's easy, I suppose.
As eventually, Nihilus, your eyes fall to the side to look at Kijo. As you look past Kijo through the window, as you see everybody looking out.
Like, does a double take, like...
As you look through the window, you see Hammer in the back, grinning like an idiot, giving massive thumbs up towards you. Ignore them. As for your swings...
You knew they were watching the whole time. Don't you have something else to do this morning? I think I smell something burning.
Nope, we got that covered. Don't you worry about that. As, with all of you there, Hammer just walks up to the window, opens it up, and steps through it. As Mimi, Trin, you are now left unattended once more.
gets closer to the window.
After a bit of staring, Sakura steps out to join. I want you to practice doing this swing 50 times. Start.
Oh, God damn it.
As you see Sakura
Just
step out with you, she takes the same posture and just starts mimicking you.
Yeah, he'll do it. This is a might grumbling.
As you grumble and start your exercises, as eventually all of you hear a heavy rasping at the gate.
Hmm?
Hello, hello! Is anybody home?
That voice sounds familiar.
If nobody's going to open the door, I'll have to come in myself.
Where have I?
As floating
Oh,
over the
no.
gate.
Oh, okay.
Oh, the criminal! Hello! It's so lovely to see you! As you hear in your head, you don't need to relearn an entire style, this is only the basics to show a modicum of samurai training. After this, you simply do as you normally would as all of your attentions are drawn away. Grin inside, you hear a familiar voice.
Train.
It was... Yeah.
Points window.
Yeah. You want me to set her on
Why?
fire?
Why is she here?
I don't know.
Oh, all of you
Nah,
look
let's
so
just-
serious with your morning regimen. Is this what you do every day?
No,
No
this
wonder
hasn't
you're so
stopped.
stuffy.
He hasn't stopped swinging, but he's just like he's got like a glare.
I imagine he's facing the other way, swinging.
Yeah.
Up.
There's a
Oh,
lot
and
of
who's the new
reasons I'm
face
stuffy.
here? Hello there. Oh, aren't you quite the thing? As Hijo, your personal space is invaded. A pair of hands going up to your cheeks.
Up. Up.
As Trin, you're making your way around.
Yeah.
Why are you
The door is open.
X?
Oh, I'm coming to say goodbye. My vacation's going to have to wrap up early. As after a bit, Trin.
You came here just to say goodbye. Why do I doubt that?
Oh, I have. There you are. As she starts floating away from you to Kijo towards Trin, arm goes around. I needed to say goodbye, especially since I'm doing such a lovely favor for you. I only have so many days free. I hope you understand and appreciate. I'm cutting my vacation short for you.
The depths of my gratitude are nigh bottomless.
Oh, that really warms my heart. Oh, come here, give me a hug.
They're still like in a burrito, and it's just like, no.
As she
Pleasure's
is
all
floating
yours.
towards you, arms out, invading your personal space.
Yeah, no, it's just like the pleasure's all. Yeah.
You get a face full of Nick's chest. Just no concern.
Yep.
Ah, such a shame, though. I was really looking forward to today.
Oh.
Yes, I was going to end up in the champions, but again, priorities. Friends before pleasure, right?
Right. Mm. Mm. Don't worry, next we meet, we'll regale you with everything that happened. It'll be just like you were there.
As you hear in your head. Oh, is she strong?
Nyx is a very capable spellcaster and possible crazy person.
I am perfectly rational. I am an Imperial Court Mage now. As she lands in a few bits away
He
from
just,
you,
fuck, he just
puffs up her
fucking
chest.
stops. He just stops mid swing and turn and fucking sharply 180s.
Stronger
What?
than Juliet, you hear in your head?
Sounds like they're short-staffed.
Oh yes, quite. It's really quite the horrific thing going on there. I got appointed by the young princeling and his mother.
Huh.
It's just there's a visible twitch. Just a twitch. Isn't that nice?
Oh,
What
delightful.
Nana? I bet you comes with a myriad array of benefits.
Oh yes, I was cleared of any wrongdoings. I'm technically supposed to be overseeing the Dark Knights and making sure they're not getting into any seditious trouble, but, well, my stand-in is doing the job for at least a few more days. Oh,
Damn.
and he awarded me a lovely little town. I don't know the name of it. I don't actually think it has a name.
Oh.
Nice place, near the forest, plenty of things to light on fire.
You don't say.
Where's that button at? There it is.
Oh.
As Nihilus starts glowing darkly.
As soon as Mimi sees that, she's gonna start trying to climb out the window.
Boink.
I think that this wooden sword, how sturdy is this wooden sword?
Well, Nix, you said it yourself. You've got to get going. Everything.
Decently sturdy.
Well, Nix, you spoke for yourself when you said you've got to prattle along now. You've got that arduous favor that you've got to pressing matters. Just kind of like bumping her out the door as they see Nihilus go in the fucking
As
dark
Nihilus,
side.
you notice Trin trying to bump her away.
And you're so busy, and thank you for reminding us that the championships are going to be in fact happening. I must get ready for that stuff, whenever that is to happen. And your vacation, oh, I'm so sorry. We should have a girls' night as soon as you can on your next day off. Wouldn't the girls think that's lovely? Boing, boink. We'll see you again.
As
Don't
Nihilus during all
hit
the
you on
boinking,
day
do you want to do anything?
Well, while they're blinking, now
This is a lot slower than it's being
Yeah,
interpreted
yeah.
as, because it's
I think that Nihilus would want to go up to Nyx. He just drops the sword.
As you drop the sword, the darkness falls away from it, just to being a nice wooden stick again. As Trin, you're like fumbling with the door. She floated over it, so you have to like unlock it and reopen it as Nihilus you approach.
He just picks up the burrito by like the back of the sheet and moves her out of the way. Just up and
Just very gently picks Trin up and places her aside. What's going on out there? From inside the house. Oh, you're looking pretty grumpy. How are you? Nihilus, right? Wanted
Yes.
for assassinating a few imperial nobles and would-be emperors.
blamed for Mateus's handiwork.
Oh, quite.
Where did you say that town was?
Oh, there's a little one across the woods, north of the capital.
And Mateus gave you it.
Well, technically the Empress, but with no small word of recommendation from him.
Why would he make you a court mage?
Oh, because he sees my talent. After a certain thrashing seemed to have happened with him, he attributes it to his confrontation with Ifrit, allegedly. He's been, rather cagey, looking for friends, so to speak, like myself. Not that I'd really call him a friend, he's very full of himself.
Indeed. Who's your substitute at the Dark Knight House?
Oh, it's just a little homunculus. It's going to melt away in a few more days. It was just looks like me, acts like me. Yeah, Kija, you can roll insight. And what exactly are you trying to get a grasp on with her? As 7 plus 5, so that'll be a 12 total. But yeah, what exactly are you trying to get a vibe on? Her general honesty, or something more particular about what she's saying? in terms of genuine versus forced, it's a little hard to tell with her. She doesn't seem to take much very seriously. That much you can pick up in how she's acting. Though, she seems to have some level of awareness of what she's talking about. Back to you, Nihilus. Yes, this lovely little town on the edge of the woods. A little bit north, close to where those Dark Knights get to call themselves home. I think he gave it to me as a kind little gesture, you know. Show that he values my service, and it's a great place to keep an eye on you and yours.
If anything happens to the people in that village or to House Nocturne, not even your god will save you from me.
Oh. So aggressive of you. I kind of like it. But I'm not looking to cause any trouble. For that little town in the middle of nowhere, or for the Dark Knight, so long as they don't do anything that would require a response from me. You understand, I've been given orders to make sure they're not traitorous or anything of that nature. Though obviously I have no idea what's going on right now. They could have killed my doppelganger, caused a revolution, and burned half the countryside. Who's to say?
I know they're not that stupid.
Oh, I'm sure they're not. Other people might be, though. But besides saying my goodbyes to the sweet little kitten behind you, as Trin, she blows a kiss towards you.
The ears just lower because if they duck, they're just gonna fall over.
I also want to say goodbye to the other Emperor-to-be.
Not me, she doesn't mean me.
No, I mean the tall, dark, and scary man right in front of me. This must really attract the ladies.
It did one.
Oh, good for you.
He just like shuts his eyes for a second and just deep breath and opens them again. Goodbye, Nix. Congratulations on your new career.
Promotion.
Thank you. I appreciate it. As in the back, Kijo's been slowly puzzling together. Do we like or dislike this person?
Maybe when I banish Notagus from this plane again, you might keep your position. I'll think about it.
Oh, that's what you want to do? I would have thought being
Apparently-
Dark Knight you'd want to kill him.
I don't know if it's possible to kill a side.
Oh, it's most certainly possible.
His expression softens for a second. Ah,
You need somebody with a little understanding of how creation works as she motions around. The flowers, the breeze, the earth below us, the souls inside us.
are you one of these people, Nix?
Maybe. As she flashes you a grin.
Or is it
Or
your
we could find a
patron?
Buddha. Or we could find a Buddha.
I don't know what that is, but maybe.
It's like a priest, but like times 5,000. They're very spiritual.
You just always have food in there. Ugh.
But I must say, I vastly prefer you, Mr. Grumpy Pants, to Mr. Everything belongs to me, blah, blah, blah. I'm so important.
Look at that common ground.
So,
So,
if you ever need a hand, please do look me up. You know where I'll be? Well, not like immediately. I have to go do my little favor for your kitten behind you. Abscond with, would-be regent's child.
Hop.
he thinks for a second. He like looks over his shoulder.
As you
She's
see
hopping
Trin
away.
trying to escape as Kijo. From the far side, you're also able to watch this.
Hop. Just hopping ferociously. Hop, 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 hop.
Niles just turns back to Nyx. There's no place safer for anyone than House Nocturne.
Oh, of course, he'll be very safe there. I can promise you that.
I don't know if I trust you, but I don't think you'd put a child's life in danger.
Oh, I'm glad you think so highly of me. I like to think good of you, too. When I heard about all those brutal murders, I was like, no! Mr. Grumpy Pants? Bunny Boy's bestie? Not a chance.
Just cannot tell how you're genuine or not. Like, even a little bit.
Oh, is it really that hard to tell?
I think it's most of the makeup. It always looks like you're smirking.
I am always smirking.
I guess it's the makeup thing.
Oh, this is always so fun. But yes, unless you want to take a little walk to the beach with me, I must really be on my way. I just wanted to make sure to say goodbye. Goodbye, kitten! As she's waving towards the doorway as Trin, you're like trying to push it closed with your face.
Bye! Bye! Before it slams.
Oh, I feel so unappreciated. The things I do for people and how they respond. Oh, I could cry. I'm not going to, but I could.
If you keep your word, I'm sure in time they will be appreciated.
Oh, one can only hope. So many wishy-washy people in this world. Always, no, really, we'll pay you after. Oh, we'll appreciate you, honest, and then it never comes. But I've eaten up enough of your time. So if that's all,
Keep those two keep the village and the house safe. And maybe you might get a thank you from me.
a thank you from you! Oh, my. You can make a girl weak in the knees, as she pretends to collapse for a moment, but you just see her floating off the ground.
You'd be surprised, actually. When I'm not violently angry at someone.
Well, before you think about getting violently angry again, let me go. Enjoy your lovely day. As she climbs her way over the gate, floating. She simmers back down.
He just thinks to himself, I need to learn how to do that. Can I?
As you hear in your head, if she was going to be in the champions, they nominated multiple women this year?
Who even knows?
Well, when I met her the first day we arrived, she was dressed as a soldier. Like, she had like a disguise, a magic disguise, and she just looked like a random soldier. Maybe she was gonna pretend to be a samurai?
Also, Train, do you return back in here to sit down?
More or less, I guess.
Which,
You get to sit down in the comfy chair.
Hmm.
Window open. That would make sense.
I was just, he's still in dark side. He just stands there for a minute.
Oh no, Sakura, note like this.
And you see these two targets on the other side of the lawn?
Yeah.
He just raises a hand and now they're gone.
You just a
Blow them
flurry of dark bolts fly from Nihilus, whizzing past around you and Sakura expertly as they slam into the targets. Before you're back to yourself. Dark side gone. Target stands annihilated.
Oh. Still not good enough.
Ugh. Alright, buddy?
No.
Well, what's going on? Come on. As you feel a big hand on your shoulder.
There's only one village up there. Only one. So close to the north. As he reaches up and takes Hammer's hand off his shoulder. My village. My home.
Oh.
Oh,
Hmm.
no.
And he knows.
That's from Kijo. There's a little bit of aha, flash of understanding comes over her.
He goes to pick up the sword again and just goes back to
As you continue practicing, as you all hear in your head. So, who is she? As Kijo looks around at all of you.
I ain't gonna answer.
Oh, she's a friend of the Sphere, you know, the bunny boy that was with us for some time. She apparently burned down the library. And, yeah, I think someone made them do that. Like, it felt like they were doing it forcefully, like against their will, but we don't really know that for sure.
As
Anyway,
this is
problematic.
explained, hey Kijo, give me a roll real quick. As it's a bit of old news to you. You wouldn't really think about it, but you know there also was a fire at the Kugane library roughly like 3 years ago now. Old news. As Mimi, while you do your best to explain, Kijo stands still for a moment, thinking things over.
Yeah, I don't really know all the story. Like the first day we met, well, I met everyone here. We did meet Nyx, and they instantly started fighting. I had no idea what was going on either. So I think I missed a bit of it too.
Don't imagine it would be related, but a library was burnt a few years back.
Hmm.
As also Nihilus, while you're focusing on training, you notice Boko squirm their way around in front of you, and starts mimicking you, doing like attacks with her beak.
You see that when he's just trying to focus on that, and he just sees Boko, it's like this dour expression just kind of breaks. It's like he's trying to keep it, but you can't help it.
It's like when you're trying to be mad, but your puppy is like being really dumb and stupid and it's cute, and you're like, fuck.
Yeah.
I'm trying to be mad right now.
As you hear in your heads. Don't know who did it. Not something I keep tabs on, but it was certainly arson.
You know, I wouldn't be surprised if they were correlated in some way, even if it was 3 years ago. How big was the library?
For you, Kijo, it was basically the library of Kugane. As she holds up her arms in a very big fashion, holding them out as wide as she can.
You know, I'm going to
Probably
put
why
my
we
money on the
couldn't find
table and
anything.
say that she did it.
That must be why we couldn't find anything yesterday.
Most likely.
I mean, if that's true, why do you think she's going out of her way to burn stuff up? So, you mentioned something. As Kijo looks to you guys. You said she might not be doing this of her own accord? Explain.
Oh, well, the sphere found, like, a note asking for help, and that they didn't want to do this or something like that? I'm not... That was the note, right? Like, they were asking for help?
Something along those lines. Kept trying to tell us that Nyx isn't acting on her own, just making it seem like she is, and that she's probably under the influence or coercion, or just outright being forced by whoever her god could potentially be. We were under the assumption earlier that it was potentially a scion. No real evidence, though.
I mean, she is the sphere's friend, and the sphere trusted her, so...
I mean, Media is also a sphere's friend.
I mean, not anymore.
I was about to
Right?
say, by the end of that, I wouldn't have called them friends. As, Mimi, this is more directed at you. The God of Anguish has blessed you with the gift of empathy. Presumably that would provide some insight into her emotional state.
Oh, yeah. Oops. I keep forgetting I can do that.
Yeah, to be fair, if I got a cool new power, I'd be forgetting about it too. As,
I mean,
Amber rustles your hair a little.
if I try to figure out something, cheese doesn't seem all there. I'm not sure what will I find if I actually do that.
I see.
I can try and if someone reminds me, if in case I forget, I can try and figure it out next time.
As you guys contemplate this, Ijo, you, start to instruct again, as, you look to the sky. If you're not heading out soon, you're not gonna make it. Unfortunately, it's the, morning show. Of, you've got, like, roughly an hour to get there and be prepared. Especially with, interruptions transpiring. As you all are there, Kijo looks up, freezes for a few moments. As Kijo starts heading toward the window, climbing through towards you, Trin.
Huh? What?
Hi, is something going on? As Kato, like, takes a few steps back, confused. I have an hour.
Now for what? Wait, now? You mean now?
As Kijo gives you a grim nod.
They just look at their at their burritoed state. And then it's just like, I made my nicks under this.
Kijo, do you care? So, you're not wearing your clothes?
No, does it look like I'm wearing clothes? I'm in a blanket. I am burrito.
Would you say your clothes are fashionable?
I would say they look rather darn good, yes. Eye-catching, appealing. Bringing attention to your best assets. You're not going to try to wear my clothes, are you?
Wait. So, I'm gonna... We appear to have similar sizes. I don't know what my options are. I'm kind of panicking, you hear in your head. Kijo having a look of desperation on her face as you're wrapped in this burrito, calm, at peace.
If you think you can wear my outfit, then by all means.
As Kijo starts rushing off to get prepared. As, Crazy Fox, thank you for the $60. With half of that going to Kijo and half of that going to Trin. Guess what both of you get?
Huh?
Both of you get a card.
Is it
That's
another?
Oh, that's a card already? Oh, okay.
Yeah, you had two. You were given a $30 each, so that was a third surge, and then 5 coins for you. And that took away everything Kijo had for a new card. As, I was saving those. You get the place. This is a fun one of, when you feel a need for a location, or the desire to conjure something. So, like, say you're lost in the woods, and it's like, oh man, it would be really... You know, what happened, on the mountain pass. Where you guys found the Vieira, inn. It conjures a location, be it a whole, like, town or place like that, or something more small and select, like finding a particular kind of store, or like when you're on the road. Man, I really wish we ran into, like, a weapons merchant or something. As Crazy Fox, thank you for the next $30. Here, let's restock Kijo. Thank you very much, I appreciate it. But yeah, the punchline is it lets you make a place. Whatever that can be, is literally anything. Just a question of, like, fitting it in narratively. Like, you know, if you guys are at sea and you're like, I want to create a village, it's like, okay, so there's an island there on the map now, and I'll take care of the details of that later. Stuff like that. But yes, you see Kijo bolt off as Alpha's like, hold on a moment, wait up! Where are you going? As, look at Kijo, when you go to the room, Kato's there like, what are you doing with her clothes?
Can't guarantee that my clothes are gonna win anything.
As you think about it, Trin, even the outfit you've been wearing for the festival, while it's very colorful and well designed, it's made of rather cheap materials.
Yeah.
You do have one outfit in question that you think could win it, or at least be,
Yeah.
very attention-grabbing if Kijo chooses to put it on.
Hey, Keisha. Hey, Keisha. Maybe not my usual wardrobe. Now, it might come with a couple potential risks, but there's always this garment.
As you show the royal outfit. As Kijo, you, find yourself, as you come in on Kijo, half wrapped up in a scarf, and you're not quite sure, but she's failing to put on your like, adventuring garb. As, while you were walking over, Kato's like, I don't know, she's just taking your clothes. Did you guys talk about this? You've got this. As he just takes a few steps away. As Kijo stops and blinks over at you, Trin, as you present the Princess outfit to her.
Yeah. Unfortunately, I can't really give you access to my wardrobe back in Doma Castle. Yet this was one of the dresses that was rather particularly to my taste.
As she looks at the dress, and then at you.
I mean, it is made of very fine material. Very, very few like it, if any.
As
But
she
it does come
narrows
with
her
a
eyes
risk.
at you.
It does come with a risk should anyone recognize it. And if not, then it might be a shoo-in to win first place. You could just say you bought it off some merchant or something if it really comes down to it. There's no evidence of you in Doma Castle. And as far as most people know, the princess is still there.
As Kijo, this might be your only hope of winning. As you do,
See how silky it is.
as you look over the collection of clothes, yours and Trin's, this is by far the most superior garment there, as Trin entices you further with its silky disposition. Why would you let someone else wear that? You hear her ask.
Well, I only brought it along with me because I did kind of like it most along with the other, well, compared to all my other garb there for social outings, air quotes.
Actually, no,
It
I
was
don't
l-
have time for this. Fine.
Okay.
As Kijo, I take it you hold out your hands for the outfit? And then Trin, you're like, oh no, this is not an outfit one puts on by themselves.
Unfortunately, you will find that you will not be able to put this on by yourself.
Especially if you want to get there in less than an hour.
Mm-hmm. And have it be intact still. Especially with those scales of yours. I'm almost worried you might rip it.
As Trin, you will help Kijo into this garb.
Yes.
As we'll put you back in this one for now. Hey, I'm not a Zayla. My scales are smoother.
Yes, but this is very fine silk, and it isn't made for much movement, as you will soon find out.
As, it's a little snug or loose on you, Kijo, depending, as this was made with Trin's exacting measurements in mind. But it is fantastic. It feels wonderful. This is the finest outfit you have ever worn. As she also, I assume you latch on like the little bits of jewelry and decoration, put the tiara on.
Mm-hmm.
As
Probably
after,
fix up her hair.
yeah, as we'll say after like a little bit, like 10 minutes at most, getting into the outfit, Kijo takes the tiara off.
Oh, I thought it looked quite cute.
Do I have to wear this?
I mean, no, but you know, it balances out the outfit. A little gold there's a little bit of gold at the waist, and then a gold in the middle with your arms, and then the little gold on top. It balances everything with a little bit of gold in every subsection of your body. It's called balancing. But you could also just ignore my advice and potentially risk losing everything.
Kijo, are you willing to lose? As Kijo stares off into the void, lets out a horrific groan. Mouth opening wide, no tongue in sight. As she crosses her arms.
That's the spirit, Ohime-sama.
As you'll get her nice and prepared.
Yeah.
You know, Trin, given it to you, I would arguably have like Kijo debate like roll to get herself ready, but you've gotten prepared in the royal fashion so many times that mimicking the other end is not hard for you.
Mm-hmm.
As you get her nice and dressed up, and start ushering her out of, oh, there you guys are. Oh, what? Oh, okay. If you're wearing that, Kijo. It looks, very nice on you, I think.
So did all the lords that saw me in it.
Well, too bad for them, they're missing out.
It was, I'd say despite it being, well, I wouldn't say despite. I'd say it was their favorite too. You'd think I'd hate it because of that. But it gets the job done.
Yes, Kijo, you make your way out slowly. You briefly wonder, how will you ever get there in time? If you can't run. However, will you make it?
Oh, and make sure to ride aside, not astride.
As you also hear in your head, how do you wear this?
Your legs must remain closed the whole time. Never ride astride a chocobo. Sit daintily.
As Kijo mounts Boko. Nihilus, your chocobo's being stolen. Along with Trin's outfit.
You look nice, Kijo. He's still swinging.
As will anybody be going with Kijo?
The fashion show.
Yes. Raise your elbows 8 degrees.
He does so.
I'm almost tempted to go and see how this ends up.
I mean, I'm going. I don't know about you guys. As she bolts.
Let's
Okay.
go, Kato.
Oh, alright. Good luck with your training, everyone.
It's in an hour, right?
Thank you.
Yeah, that's when or at least when everything's gonna start, I think.
I can pick myself something a little less, striking in the meantime. I did say before, part of me wanted to walk around town in a regular kimono like every other gal.
Oh yes, that should be easy for us to pick up on the way. As with hammer in tow, with 2 men behind you, you'll be making your way out as Kate finally comes out. I feel like I missed something. Ugh, thoughts.
Wait,
Nope.
she didn't like my kimono?
Hmm.
Why did she get it another one? Didn't she like the one I gave her?
I believe it was for the fashion show. While it was nice, I'm not sure if she thought she could win with that. Wearing Trin's outfit might have been the best way to try to achieve a victory.
What? Trin said she's gonna get a different one.
I don't think it's
Maybe-
about liking it or disliking it. I think it's about Trin not wanting to draw attention. They've been rather vocal about that since we've gotten here.
Hmm.
As Sakura is mimicking your swings with your Nihilus.
Yeah. She is very worried about that. Understandably so.
You think she would just magic herself up another disguise, run around as me or something? Again.
In her defense, she's only ever done that the one time.
Specifically me or in general?
Specifically you.
Oh. Not sure if I'm flattered or insulted.
Doesn't really make a lot of use out of that spell of hers.
Also, I've been meaning to ask,
What?
what is this horrid abomination?
Hmm.
She sets down Mina Eli in the center. Hello!
Oh, that's little Eli. It's a mammoth.
Disgusting.
It's a
What?
public toy.
Cute.
Ugh, I've never been one for technology.
I find him endearing.
But don't switch him off, he's kind of creepy that way.
Don't ever turn him off.
He says really weird stuff.
I don't know, what do I say when I get turned off?
Oh, don't worry, buddy.
Mostly things about how the cold dark is something that you never get used to.
As we will leave you guys there, practicing away. As Bryn, you're able to again pick up like a more humble looking kimono along the way. Obviously we'd have no art prepared, but design is yours to decide. There are numerous ones for sale, like fanciful with birds and such on them, to like puppy print ones. A lot that are like more festive and gaudy, to just simple flat colored ones.
We'll not worry too much about it, but they're trying to look for something like it's pretty simple.
Yeah, so just like a solid color one.
Maybe.
Regardless, you pick one out. It stands out much less, like, closer to, you know, like how Hammer and Kato are, even though these aren't kimonos.
Mm-hmm.
To where it just got a little bit going on compared to the lavish design of your current outfit.
Mm-hmm.
And then, you are going to make your way to the fashion show?
Yeah. There's also that thing of, like, not wanting to confuse the judges by walking in and that and be like, oh, are you joining? And it's like, no.
Yeah. As you guys will arrive after the hour have passed. Kijo, you make it in basically at the last moment and go safe as you step inside. As they're like, oh, you're, Kijo, right? Very interesting choice of outfit. We're going to get things started soon, so please, head to the back, get yourself ready. If, you need any more assistance before you're pushed out onto stage, let us know.
I think Trin's gonna also glam their hair and cat features to go, like, another color, so they could probably go, like, pink or something.
As you glam yourself all pink, like you did the night before.
Like, change color, pink. Done.
As Kijo backstage, this is a pretty basic thing. It's a large open room. There's a lot of seats for you all to get around and find your spots. As on the far side of the room, you do take note of a certain samurai sitting in the back by himself, just arms folded, and a familiar woman dressed in a very sensational outfit, exaggerating her features, leaving very little to the imagination, as she seems to be sitting next to someone you're not personally familiar with, Trin. But as the fashion show itself starts, people start filing out as you notice there's a wide variety of outfits. As they talk about fashion from, like, the world round, bringing in some people in, like, formal suits and ties, looking in more Republic attire. Those wearing, like, heavy, elaborate Magister outfits, like in the Empire. Even piratey garb and heavy armor for samurai. Like, this show seems to be showing off all manner of outfits for people of all genders, sizes, purposes. But as Kijo comes out wearing the princess outfit, just put you in that for visual reference, in her black gold with a little bit of striking red, as Kijo starts wondering, maybe I should have worn my uniform. Oh, too late. As she steps out onto the walkway, the whole place goes incredibly quiet. As, Kijo, you've been here a few times. Usually there's cheering, there's oohing, there's awing. But the place is just silent. As you are keenly aware of every single pair of eyes in here just gawking at you. As Trin, you're able to see from the audience as Kijo's face is wrinkling and shaking, trying to keep herself together. As
just like through the link pearl, calm down. The more guilty you look, the more suspicious you are. They're maybe just in awe, I hope.
As you say that, you hear, you see somebody stand up in the audience. They themselves are not terribly distinct, but their garb is. One of the samurai just starts piping up. Is this some kind of joke? Walking in here with the royal-looking garb. Are you trying to insult the family? As you see this guy start pushing through the crowd, trying to make his way up on stage. As from the stage, Trin, you feel Kijo's eyes go onto you.
There's just that thing of, like, looking around the crowd. And then there's... They try to, like, imitate a random voice of, like, a random person. Well, you saying the royal garb isn't fashionable, you know, is it bent?
As, give me a charisma roll. What stat would I have this with? Give it a persuasion, given that, playing it off as somebody else is not really the important part here. So give me a persuasion roll.
I'm gonna put one coin in.
Go.
Wow, those are bad.
Wow.
As you throw in a coin, you roll a 16 total. Or, sorry, no.
Pretty good, though.
13 total.
Still pretty alright.
As, in that moment, he starts looking around like, Hey! Who said that? Anybody who's worth their salt in this forsaken country knows that mimicking the royal family is an incredible insult. As he's trying to like look around the crowd as Hammer steps up. Well, I think it looks fantastic! As Hammer climbs up onto the stage.
What's he doing?
A lot of the guards are like, do we get involved? We're not used to people, like, rushing the stage like this, not like a What do we do? As Hammer just looks down at this guy. You, Kijo, as you're approaching, walking forward without, fear, you notice this guy's legs start trembling as Hammer steps up and glares down at him, arms folded. Well, I guess the savages of Kugane have different notions. As Hammer looks over at you, gives a big grin. Keep going, girl, you're looking fantastic. As he steps back down. As Kijo, I'm going to need a performance check of you strutting your stuff. As you throw in $2.
How many fucking... I just realized how many cards you have. Jesus Christ.
Wynn's been getting quite the backlog. As, that will total out with your, not charisma, of 12. That is a little late, Din, but I will allow it to increase it to 13.
Yay!
As, after a while, the crowd starts, like, murmuring among themselves, like, you know, it is very interesting, very daring and avant-garde. As you, also hear from the side, a bit of clapping and cheering from a very familiar woman to you. Well, I think it looks fantastic on her. Emphasizing the strength of somebody more rugged of birth, with the regality of royalty. Quite a daring combination, if I say so myself. As a few more heads in the crowd start nodding along, like, oh yeah, I didn't think about it that way. That's very insightful. As Kijo, you start making your way back. You, notice Lord Urikobi just sitting there, sweating bullets, as he's completely rigid, like, there was almost a fight with my champion on stage. There was almost a fight with my champion on stage. As you make your way off stage, having survived your strut.
I could have gone so much worse. Well, I did tell her there was a risk.
As, when everything comes to a close, and the winners are called out on stage. Not to be obviously completely fucking panicked. As, once you escape backstage, you're able to let yourself go, gasp, catch your breath, freak out a little in the privacy of backstage. You will be called back out. You were not the winner, but you were in the top 3.
Oh.
As, people around here seem to, have developed a fondness for, a mix of Garlean business with, risque and sex appeal, so to speak. as somebody wearing a rather suggestive suit and skirt ended up being the winner.
Well, those latex gimp suits.
Jesus Christ, no. I'm just talking about sexy businesswomen. Come on. Please.
I'll take what I see.
As second place, due to some very vocal cheering from Lord Yorikobi and others, is a man in a very elaborate samurai outfit, to where it looks completely impractical in a fight, Kijo. Like, you looking at this, don't know how somebody could willingly wear it, as it also looks like it weighs a ton. As this dude looks just like an armored Oni. If the guy was standing perfectly still, you would think he was a statue. And for you, getting third place, people seemed pretty fond of your outfit. As you are going to be given... Understands why that did well, that makes sense. It's very cool, definitely. As, with your very daring and never-seen-before attempt to, wear something resembling the royal garb, seemed to have caught on by the end, when it didn't blow out into a giant fight and get you disqualified. As you will get a prize of 50 gold, and 3 bolts of exotics, cloth, we'll call it for now. The exact nature of the cloth is to be determined. When you go to examine it more closely, perhaps, or if you narrative declarate it to be some kind of exotic material that could potentially have magical properties. You can use these to craft more outfits, potentially, if you have somebody who could potentially do something like that. As everything starts winding down, you guys find yourselves backstage to go collect Kijo. As Kijo, you guys find Kijo in the back, seeming to be dying of anxiety.
That wasn't that hard, was it? But I guess it was.
Just staring Lisa Simpson style.
Poor thing.
You alright?
There's a response. Hey, come on! You did great! As, Hammer starts barging over.
Makes me wonder why you even entered the darn thing if you were so nervous to be on stage like that.
As Hammer gives you a hard thwap on the back, Kijo. You usually would not budge from these things, but given your zoned out state, it might knock you forward a little. I wasn't nervous to be on stage, you hear it basically screaming in your head. I didn't know that would happen.
I did tell you there was a risk to wearing the royal garb. Well, not the royal garb, a royal garb.
As she caves in, holding her head in her hands.
Can't say I didn't warn you about the potential risk.
As, you hear thank you for not starting a fight on stage. As you see, the woman from the beach for you, Trin, as Kijo, you've met her on a few occasions, Fu, again, in her very skimpy outfit, blonde hair flowing free, as, the samurai you met and, released you, who you come to understand is the mercenary lord. is with her.
Oh. Hello.
As you hear in your head, I probably would have done better in my uniform or your normal outfit. First place wasn't too far off from that.
Look, we could never predict the competition. It's not like we went to survey them and see what their strategy potentially was, which was something you should have done if you really wanted to win.
Actually, I'm sure all the judges would have noticed you were wearing common trash. No offense. But that is truly a luxurious outfit. I know. It's my fault. That was humiliating.
Well, it's all over now, and now you don't have to worry about it. All's well that ends well.
I hadn't thought about it, but I forgotten you actually entered this competition usually. Also, I couldn't throw him off stage. This thing would rip. As these two are just like obliviously trying to interject in the conversation as Trin, you're hearing so much information from Kijo.
Just like head pat, pat, pat.
Ah, come on, think about it this way. Now that you won, you get to go win again, right?
Yeah.
Competition is in a few hours, and it's going to be consuming most of the day. And hey, as Hammer steps around, Trin, you feel yourself being pulled into a grip along with Kato. You'll have all of us cheering you on too, right?
Yeah, totally. You can do it.
You'll get to
Gamba.
shock us and all of Kugane. It'll be amazing. Hell, we'll even get Boko in the stand somehow. Sir, are you talking about bringing a chocobo into the stand? That is... I'm sure we can make an exception. As she puts a hand on him, he relaxes a little. We can make an exception.
Well, Kijo?
As
No, let's just get you out of that here right now. Maybe they've got something simple to.
Oh, I brought her usual garb. I'm not an idiot.
Yeah, good.
I had a
good
feeling
job,
you'd want to get out of this fast.
Here, I'll help you get out of it.
As Kijo, you were about to cheer, but you resist the urge to not damage this outfit at all. Trin, looking at her compared to you moving it, you understand, like, you could probably kick people and, like, do a little bit in this. It would be a little uncomfortable, but hey. Compared to Kijo, who is struggling against the proportions of this outfit. Just, they were not made for her, and they are not completely delicate, but delicate enough that, well, somebody with her level of strength exerting themselves in it compared to your nimbleness would tear them apart.
Yeah, if you will all excuse us.
As you will save Kijo, taking her out of the outfit and putting her into a new one. As Kijo, you are liberated from the confines of that very luxurious but very restricting outfit. Are you sure this wasn't a prank?
Are you giving you the outfit or everything that? Look, if it was
I'd
a
understand
prank,
if it was.
It wasn't. First off, I didn't think you would actually accept it, considering it would have been something potentially hard to fit in and a bit too lavish. I did warn you of the risk, but it would certainly be an attention grabber nonetheless.
I'm surprised I did too. I was clearly quite desperate.
I mean, knowing most of the people around here, they would have tried to just fashion something from the stalls at Kagane. And while some of them are nicer than others, while some of them are nicer than others, in look, they are severely lacking in make. I mean, they're meant to be fancies and souvenirs to the many travelers that come in and out. Why, all I need to do is find one stray thread in all those kimono, and I can easily break everything apart. You could say they're almost manufactured. But something made by hand, with time and care and the finest materials, that shows.
The thing you said at the beach house stuck in my head, and I didn't want to make a fool of myself. And so, I made a fool of myself. Looks to the side with a "because of course" expression.
Oh, excuse me.
But I understand.
Think of it this way. To
Thank you.
yourself, you might have made a fool. But to everybody else, you gave them quite the memory.
As you hear in your head, thank you.
And don't worry about the favor. If anything bad had happened, I wouldn't feel in good conscience to ask anything from you.
A debt is a debt, and I don't mean to shirk it. As Kijo looks at you like, no, I still owe you. By all rights, even if it turned out weird.
Well, we'll see about that.
As Kijo gives you a nod, you two will be on your way. As Kijo, you know the bout of champions will be there soon, so I take it you guys will make your way with the good lord. As back at the house, Hylas, how are you feeling, buddy? You've been training here for probably like a few hours now. Probably give it like 2 hours.
Yeah, just working. After the 50 swords, when he's just doing his own normal regimen, they would teach him at the House Nocturne.
Yeah, I imagine like Sakura offers like spar with you a little.
Yeah.
As
Yeah.
you're able to take note. Your styles are pretty similar.
Mimi would have made tea for everyone, and also picked up the bag that is somewhere in the garden over here.
Yeah.
Just- You sure we don't? Our orders haven't descended from the same place? It feels like I'm back north.
Certainly not. Just a practical style. When fighting monsters, the best thing to do is to take them down as brutally and effectively as possible. They don't dance like people do.
Yeah. It's much simpler, actually. Killing demons and the like.
A monster is a monster. People get much more. Eyes shoot over at Mimi for a moment. Confusing.
Tell me about it.
You clearly think about a lot more than just monster fighting.
I have lots of things on my mind most of the time.
Yeah, speaking of, there's one thing I wanted to ask you guys. I was gonna ask the entire team, but kind of think of it maybe just ask you first, and then see if I should ask the rest. So I think there's another place we can find information about Zalira, and I think it's a good bet that there may be information in this, but it's a little risky.
He just
So,
no, just kind of like shifts his stance a little, like folds his arms.
yeah, so we still haven't asked the one other person that wants Zalira gone as much as I do. We could ask Mateus.
No.
But he wants them gone as much as we. Maybe his motivation won't be the right one, but if he knows something to stop them, they will tell us. They would probably want to help us.
No, Mateus would want to enslave us to his will, under the pretense of him helping us.
But he wants them gone. If I can get Zalira out of the way, he would definitely want that to be a thing.
Then what, we turn around and just stab him after?
Well, it's better to deal with one problem than two, right? At least we get something out of the way.
You think he's trustworthy?
Absolutely don't.
I mean, what's that saying? The enemy of my enemy is my friend?
Until the first enemy is dead and gone.
Yeah, and then we can worry about that. Maybe, like, we're not asking him to join us. He just to give us some information. Like, he definitely must know something, right? And if he doesn't, he still has the ways to find the information, and he will be definitely wanting to find it, knowing that we can get rid of Zalira.
If we have ostensibly turned him into a cagey, gibbering mess from all the things we've been doing to stand against him, you think he's going to help us? Assuming we even want to ask him for help.
Oh, in the scheme of things, I guess his battle is more with Zalira than with us. Like, I don't think we matter to him as much as Zalira, right?
He's framed me for multiple murders and has put my entire order under house arrest, under the pretense of them trying to rebel against the Empire.
But Zalira is the one that could make his plans just not be. Like, they're the actual threat to him.
Zalira wants to exterminate all life so they can Zalira wants to exterminate all life on the star so they can rule over all things forever as souls of the damned.
Yeah, and he wants to rule over the living, so he doesn't want Zalira to win. So he should want to help us.
I understand that you are beyond worried and terrified for Luminous Wings, but there is no way I will ever approve of that, and there's no way Mateus would ever agree to it either.
He would like if we can do that. Like, he won't hurt me, because if he does, then Zalira wins. So, like, there's no issue there. Like, I could try and contact him with my message and wait, like, I don't think he would do the thing like the letter, right? Like, wait, just for in case, I could just maybe, like, go somewhere where he doesn't know where we are. Like, maybe Sakura, the cave. I can go in there, and then he doesn't know where we are, even if he gets the ability to see through the message or something. Like, I don't know how he can do this, but maybe he can come through the message like he did with that letter. And if he does, well, it would just be me. I will be away from everyone, so everyone will be safe, and because he can't hurt me, I will be fine.
Then we'd have to rush back to the capital to save you.
No, he can't.
I'm not gonna let you martyr yourself over this, alright? We're not contacting Mateus.
But he can help.
He wants to. He will either kill us or enslave us. Maybe both. I don't know what he can do. He might have similar powers to Zalira. I don't know how these scions operate. But I do know that to go to him for any help is a completely meaningless endeavor, alright? We'll find the answer, but we won't need him for it.
Okay, fine.
Besides, I think we've all had our fill of deals with devils lately, huh? I'm sorry.
It's worth a shot, I guess. That's okay. I'm gonna.
Mimi, as before you go off, Sakura's going to try and stop you.
No, but
Focusing on this right now isn't helping. And I think our friends are going to be fighting soon. They could probably use some encouragement.
I don't have the mindset to just watch my friends play fighting. No, it's I have other things in mind. I'm really not gonna be paying much attention, so I'm not gonna ruin that. You guys have fun. I'll just be here.
Then I'll be staying here. Nihilus, you should go though.
He looks at Mimi like he's gonna say something, but then he just stops him. Yeah. Yeah, I should.
Well, I do love watching a bit of a gladiatorial combat. As the Kate offers you a hand, Nihilus.
Oh, should I? I'm sure I don't need to. I'm sure I'm fine to go like this, yeah?
I'm sure it's perfect. As she'll take your arm and start carting you out.
He'll go.
So, now what?
Do you really think it was a bad idea?
I can't say I know his mind. But just because we want the same things in certain aspects doesn't mean he wouldn't lie to get more. If somebody's not trustworthy, it doesn't matter what they want. They'll stab you in the back just to get a little bit further ahead. Even if you should, by all rights, be friends.
That's the thing. He can't stab me. If he did, he would lose.
There are more ways to hurt people. I've seen plenty.
It wouldn't be as much as what Zalira's doing right now, so I don't really mind.
And that is why you shouldn't do it. Because if you don't think things can get worse, they will.
She'll sigh. What should I do?
Right now, I think you could use a bath. You still kind of smell of alcohol a little.
Yeah, about that. The entire bath smells of alcohol, I think.
I'll draw up new water. As he gently takes a hand and starts escorting you to the back. As if you let her, she will empty out the basin, refill it, heat it back up, and let you soak for a little bit.
She'll help with that.
As you are in there, alone, having a moment to breathe, is there anything you'd like to do?
She's gonna pray to Anima.
As you do. What would you like to say?
She won't say out loud, but
Of course.
Yeah. She'll just be like, thank you for coming to my aid when I called for help. I still need your help though. Zelira has taken my family. They are suffering, and I need guidance. I need help. I have to find a way to bring them back, to stop Zelira and free my family. And no one seems to know what to do. And I could really use your help if you could, just a hint, something.
As you say that, you close your eyes a little. While, thinking it rather. You know, a silent prayer. As, you open your eyes, you are just in a plane of endless water, half sunk into it like in the tub, as there is just fog all around as far as you can see.
Hello?
As you look around, eventually the water begins to be disturbed from its perfect tranquilness, as chains rip up from it, jutting out in every direction, heading toward the sky until they fade out of sight.
Anima?
As eventually rising out from the water is a reflection of you. For visual reference, draped in darkness, dripping with glowing red eyes. As where a mouth should be, just a redness opens. As this reflection of you seems to let out a scream that very strongly resembles Anima's.
Cutla's ears.
As you cover your ears, it still pierces through that, as all of the chains that had sprouted up after shatter, and their remnants fall to the ground, splashing into the water, disappearing from sight. Until that figure draped in darkness with glowing red eyes seems to dissipate themselves before flowing into you in a manner reminiscent to an incident that happened back at the palace. Through your eyes, through your mouth, your nostrils, your ears. This...
Not again.
it does not have the same deliberate unpleasantness.
Okay.
But as you blink afterwards, you are back in the tub, and you feel this burning warmth inside you.
She'll look at her arms. Does she has the chains?
Very briefly, you take note of them before they shift back to a more normal temperament, fading away.
I have no idea what just happened.
As you can sit in the tub and contemplate that. We are going to go on a very quick break, and then we are coming back to the Kijo Variety Violence Hour.
My favorite hour.
As for everybody who is attending, you are going to have a very important power.
Yeah.
While Kijo fights, you guys cheering her on can get her through rounds without tests, or supply advantage and save successes during the final round.
Hmm.
Trin,
pretty
you
cool.
will have 3 uses, one for you, Kato, and Hammer. And Nihilus, you will have one for Boko, Hecate, and then yourself.
Hmm.
As before we get into that, we're going to take a very quick break. I need to run to the bathroom, and then we will get into the violence and what is transpiring at the arena.
Yay.
So very quickly, BRB. I hope you guys are having fun so far, watching and enjoying this very surprising day. I did not expect it to go the way it did, but it's delightful so far.
Yeah.
Alright, I'll be right back.
For a moment, I just thought, did she just shove me into the Dark Knight ritual? What?
Hey, something answered. What does it mean? Oh, fuck.
I've been trying to figure out where my broken chains went.
I
Mine.
didn't know maybe fucking multi-class into rogue.
Eh.
Honestly, I'm quite proud of the eyes.
Yeah. Very nice.
Super good.
There are bits here and there I could definitely improve, but the overall presentation is quite nice, I feel.
Yeah.
I like.
Think I'm getting a little better. Trin's torso also came out nice.
Yeah.
Oh, hello, I'm back.
Hi.
How are all of you?
Doing good.
Decently well. So I guess that's where my broken chains went.
But yes. Hello, Kijo Eyes, once more. As let's get off the BRBs.
Been trying to figure out what happened to those.
As back over here it goes. As at the arena, Kijo, you are pulled aside for a little bit. Things are about to get going and all that. As in the lobby, Hammer, Kato, Trin, you guys are here with Boko as you're able to see coming in a familiar dynamic duo. Nihilus and Kate making their way in as you guys are able to hone in on the giant chocobo.
Is that my bird?
Yeah.
I believe so.
How?
As Boko heads over and starts nuzzling up against you happily.
Pat, nuzzle. They really are very relaxed here with their rules, aren't they?
That big samurai guy let her in.
The red one?
Yeah.
Yeah.
That guy.
Well, it was kind of him.
Well, after Hammer stopped the whole fight at the fashion competition, he owed him a favor.
Yeah.
Who swung first?
His champion.
What? Why did Kijo? Why would Kijo?
As on that, Kijo is making her way out.
Well, Kijo didn't really start anything. It's just, I guess a lot more people recognized my, outfit than I thought.
What?
Did not take too kindly to the fact of a commoner wearing something like that, or anybody for that matter.
Yes. Some people.
Kijo, for the preparations, you find out the good lord registered your equipment for you, as he is familiar with you and the yokai, though he does not mention it terribly much. Your equipment has been registered, and you are allowed to use your blade. Ah, fuck. As you guys see Kijo heading out on the floor, she seems to be looking around for Juliet. As you guys take note. Yeah, besides Sakura and Mimi, which Nihilus, you know where they are. She's the only one who's yet to be accounted for today.
Wait.
Hmm?
Did anyone see Juliet this morning?
Nope.
No, I don't think so.
I don't know what she was up to last night. Remember seeing her sneak out with your sword, though.
Okay. What?
Yeah, your fiery demon sword.
Isn't that the one that's, cursed?
No, that's the other. What? That's the one we got from that demon in the forest. Where? What? You see him also ringing up on the link pro like Kijo, but yeah. Juliet, where the hell are you?
As you and Juliet are trying, you and Kijo are trying to ring her up. You hear nothing in response.
Juliet?
As Lynn will be BRBing for a moment. You continue to ring up. You hear nothing.
He's not answering.
Yeah, I don't know what happened last night. I tried to ask. She was like, how did she put it? It's, he does air quotes, super secret mission.
I'd like to know where my weapons go on these super secret missions.
Yeah, I have no idea, man.
Poco, would you
Not
be
sh-
able to check out Juliet?
Boko tilts their head at you. Lets out a little quick.
Do we have anything of Juliet's?
I mean, we've got some of her clothes back at the house.
I've been told we can't use boat. I can't run Foco at full speed. It'll take time to get back to the house.
Or we can see if Mini Eli recorded anything.
I think
Although he
he's
mostly
the
records
house.
audio, not video.
Right, though. Even if it is that, he is at the house, but so are Sakura and Mimi. Is
Welcome back. Just a little more discussion on where Juliet could have gone.
The Juliet we are trying to reach is currently not available.
As you guys are debating this, trying to figure out what to do, go back toward the house. You start turning toward the entrance, as there is a bunch of colorful sparks flying from the entrance. As you all hear in your head, "Ba ba ba ba," as Juliet steps in. Hi guys.
Huh.
Also, very quickly, I have to change this real quick. Brought to you by Crazy Fox. With $120, we have +5 Juliet now.
Oh, Jesus fucking Christ.
Yeah.
As she starts sauntering over, swinging her staff around.
I see we have attained a new ensemble.
I'm not too late, am I? This little thing
Well,
is a gift from the guild for, well, completely thrashing the competition and the good Lord Yorikobi yesterday. As she puffs up her chest.
It looks nice.
As in your heads you hear, "Are you alright?" "Yeah, I'm perfectly fine. I learned my lesson from hearing the horror stories from, well, you, Trin, Mimi. I stuck to the alleys. Took me a lot longer to get where I was going, though, but hey, late night, the Adventure Guild was happy to help me out. So, you guys all remember that nice little boat trip, right?
Which one?
Hard to forget.
You remember those, monsters and how you all shoved their remnants into my hands?
Oh yeah,
Yes.
those.
Well, I've been thinking about what to do with them. And, I had some texts from school. Not tools, though, so I asked them for the finest tools they had. For enchantment and, well, a little bit of forgery.
That's good.
As for you, Nihilus. As, Nihilus, she takes out your sword. As you see her awkwardly hold it, she seems to activate it. As it ignites in flame. As from the crowd around, there's a little bit of news. As she's like, "Now, watch this." As she activates it again, and the fire turns blue.
Oh. Ooh.
As you hold your
What?
hand out towards it, the sword is freezing.
Ooh. Ooh.
A little
That's
bit of
cold.
classical black magery. Draw out the aether, then draw it in.
I'll touch it again while it starts shooting sparks of lightning.
No. Would have been great, but no. Couldn't do that with the Siren Tears.
Ooh, work on that.
As she deactivates the sword and offers it out to you.
We'll gently take it. Thank you. I don't know what else to say. You just like half sit,
I've been doing the best I can, and I thought the best thing for you was to put a deadlier weapon in your hands.
Well, your academy types are very smart. It's very clear.
Thank you. I am very smart.
Extremely.
As Kijo, you look over Juliet's outfit. It seems to be a very sturdy material. Not that you would be able to recognize it off the bat, but it seems magically enchanted and reinforced. Oh, hold on. I'll get to you in a moment, Kijo. And Trin. Not much for you. Well, at least I really couldn't think of something that would suit you super. So I thought you might like this, as she offers you a bit of a bracelet. It's got like a little Doman-style demon head on it with the tear in the middle of it. Little bit of a protective charm.
Protective?
I mean, you've got that fire bird thing going on, as she like lowers her voice like, oh right, I shouldn't be too loud about that. But that doesn't really help you in the cold, or, well, against the cold and water. So, I turned the tear into a little bit of protection for that.
Thank you.
What friends are for, right?
Yeah.
As we'll call it the Water Demon's bracelet. When you wear this, you get resistance to cold damage.
Oh.
And for the third tier, she steps over to you, Kijo. I kept it for myself. Sorry about that. As you should. Good to go. Oh my god, you actually believe me? No! Here. As she takes out a necklace. It's the one I worked on third. I am a little bit rusty on enchanting or making anything, and I had some help from the other craftsmen. Why I started with the sword and the bracelet in case I fucked up. You're good at killing things. We've all seen it. Right, guys?
I've noticed it every now and then.
Yeah, I guess.
So, I thought, something a little more convenient for you, I guess is a good way to put it. It lets you mimic a siren a little better, I guess is a way to explain it. Make water, control it, not like in huge amounts, but tiny amounts. And if you take the time to bond with it, it'll let you become mist.
Huh.
Wanna try it on? As, if you want to, you can take the time to attune to it. I believe this will be your, second item. As with it, you cannot use it, in combat, but you can basically create water with it and gently manipulate it. And, we'll call this the Siren's Choker. Currently, I don't think you have, Yojimbo's attuned. You just have its basic properties. But yeah, with this, you can you can cast Mist Form and create water once a day. Along with, again, for flavor purposes, you can create smaller quantities of water. But as you try it on, magically bond it to yourself, you see Juliet with a very proud smile on her face. Despite the fact all of you guys shoved those into my hands, I was pretty happy with the demon blood. As she taps her staff into the ground, as you all look at the red orb on the tip of it. It was a great base for this. But no, I thought the gift that keeps on giving is a lot better, if you catch my meaning. As Kijo, you look at the staff curiously, she gives a little bit of a grin. You'll have to wait and see. Can't spoil everything now, can I? So, all you guys here to cheer us on? As Juliet steps over to all of you.
I guess that's what we're here for.
Oh, I'm glad to see you're so excited. You get, once we win, we're gonna be able to ask for these guys for literally anything we want.
I don't even know what to ask Kijo after helping her win third place.
Like, wow, really?
Yeah,
we can...
I'm not really good at asking people favors.
We're going to have the lords and ladies of this city indebted to us, and you can't think of anything that might be important to ask.
No?
There's a brief moment, she face palms. Ah, you know what? You're right, it's not my revolution anyway.
Yeah, it's not that easy.
Oh, from what I understand, it is. I did a little bit of reading. I heard about a guy borrowing the army for a day.
Seems like too good of a reward to stake on just a competition.
Well, this competition, if I understand right, as she looks at Kijo, is the pride and supremacy of every merchant lord of this city. As Kijo nods in agreement. Overseen by Susanoo and others besides. But yeah, don't worry. We'll do a little more extra championing for you besides just the good Lord Yorikobi. But first, we have to win, so cheer us on, okay? She was about to, like, say princess, but then she stops. Pal.
There's just like the arms crossed as they know what she was about to say.
We'll definitely be cheering you on.
As unless there's anything you guys want to go over before this? Say to Juliet, say to Kijo, say to each other. Private or together.
Nothing I can think of right now.
Juliet, we're both in hats again. As, you guys can see from Juliet's face, she looks over at Kijo with a big dumb grin. You have no idea what was said.
That grin looks familiar, though. Where have I seen it before?
I don't know,
Wait,
where
look-
have you seen it? As Hammer is giving a big dumb grin.
He looks at Hammer, then he looks at Kato. Not sure. I got a thing going anymore.
As Trin, is there anything you want to talk about with anyone here before?
No, I think I'm good.
Alright. Art? Which art? Oh, the old... right, that one. My bad. That one slipped my mind. Listen, that one was way older. It should be in here somewhere. Just to reiterate again how this is gonna go. There will be a few rounds where Kijo will have to use some resources, or you guys can use the resources I've supplied you to help Kijo along. This one, right? Hooray, I remembered.
Hey.
As we have this lovely piece of art brought to you by Lynn.
Look how pretty.
It's amazing. Look at that face.
Of a devious looking Juliet.
She learned it from Trin.
It's true.
As it will go over here. Next to the mighty Oni. As hey Nihilus, quick question. Evens or odds?
Evens.
Alright. Okay. With that,
I'm sure that's fine.
that means they're not here.
Huh.
Oh god. As to reiterate for you, Squeaky and Anthony, you will have basically 3 points, one for each character that you guys have access to. You can use these to help Kijo get through a round without spending resources. To, during the combat, give Kijo advantage. Or, in case of a dangerous-looking saving throw, give Kijo, or also Juliet counts for these, a little bonus. Or rather, a success against them.
Oh.
You can give advantage, pass around, per character, or a success on a saving throw.
Let's see.
As you guys find your seats, getting a nice comfortable spot as you see all of the lords aligned up in their own little box. As before everything starts, you take note of Lord Oda stepping forward. We would like to ask you all for your forgiveness today. Lord Gemu has unfortunately lost track of their champion for this most momentous of occasions. With no proper substitute, they will have to withdraw from this.
Oh.
As for you guys sitting in the stands, Trin, you and Nihilus, you remember Nick saying she was going to take part before she had to step out.
Oh.
Oh, boy.
What can you do?
As because of this, there is one less group that seems to have entered. As Ijo, for your first round, you find yourself up against two healers. They both seem to be priests of dawn and night, worshipping their respective deities. As as everybody steps out, you do notice a cloud start rolling in. You in the stands feel the slight droplets coming over everything as most of the people start rushing out umbrellas to keep all of the guests and such dry. As Squeaky, Anthony,
Mhm.
for the first round, do you guys want to spend any of your resources?
No.
All right.
Not yet. Let's see how that happens.
As for the first round, Kijo, I am going to need to take some points from you. As also, this 10 health is definitely gone by now. As getting through the round, do you want to give up focus or health? As thank you. You actually got the number right. Yeah, I was going to take 2 focus from you.
Hey,
As also, we're just gonna do this way because you have been given a +1 by Evil Twin.
Ooh.
As getting through the first round, these two are in a way not difficult. Their modus operandi that you quickly pick up on is that they are trying to wear you down. As you strike them, they heal themselves. The two of them doing the best they can to outlast you. As remember, because you're in the barrier, your sword does not work with that. More specifically, it allows lethal strikes within the barrier. Yeah, it does not have its usual you cannot restore effect. The barrier suppressing its usual abilities. But with Juliet, together, you start to realize, okay, if we don't take down one... Exactly. You picked up where I was going with it. As you and Kijo, or you and Juliet look at each other, a brief understanding on both of your faces, as you both turn your attention to the Priest of Dawn, going out on a violent fury on them, hitting them, bashing them down, and taking them out before they can heal themselves. After which point, it becomes child's play for the second to be taken down, as they just cannot mend themselves faster than you guys can just take them out. As with that, you get through the first round. As with Nyx missing, your competitor does not have a fight, meaning they will get through unopposed. As on the other side, some fierce battles take place. able to take note of an unusually massive samurai. Referencing back to the theater you were at earlier, the fashion show, the man looks like that hulking armor before putting on his actual armor. He is just a giant. And wields an Oni's club for emphasis, as this guy almost steals the yokai shtick of being a terrifying demon. But he certainly lacks the aptitude, as he is fighting against a summoner that seems to summon a watery suit of armor. Basically, it's this brilliant blue armor with a being of pure water inside animating it, with a rather glorious blade alongside. As you notice that despite his size, he is outperformed greatly. And yes, I was going to save it for the final round, but if you insist. As you watch this mountain of a man be thoroughly thrashed. As on the other side, you notice once more another mercenary, and somebody in Garlean garb. Rather nicely dressed, as they go to fight, and they simply run circles around the samurai, keeping them at range. And Nihilus, you watch this rather embarrassing show, for all of you in the stands, of a man just getting shot into submission. He is just getting circles run around him as loud bangs ring off from this small little cylinder in their hand. As, again, you all are vaguely familiar with firearms. Trin more so than most, along with Kijo. Besides maybe Hammer, but talking more about the party members. Because in Doma, guards do have access to rudimentary firearms. More muskety kind.
We need to restructure our military. If one man has that.
I'm surprised they even let somebody bring that weapon into a competition.
We can't kill anyone here, so I guess it's fine. Considering.
Yeah, but really, not saying that there isn't any prowess and skill in a firearm, but you just need one good shot and a lot of distance. And suddenly a samurai's training means absolutely nothing.
Seems a lot of us need to adapt to these new kinds of things. I wonder if I would have survived an assault on that base if these bandits had that kind of firepower. Still those old muskets.
As the weather starts to pick up, the rain becomes less of a drizzle and more of a pour. Thankfully, all of you guys are supplied with like tarps and umbrellas as they're setting them up as the event continues to go on. As the second round is going to come to a head. As do either of you want to use your pass for Kijo or Juliet? Or shall they spend their resources?
I'll hold on mine.
I'll use a point on them.
As Boko gets particularly excited this round, letting out loud que after que. As coming to the field is a rather massive monster. As they crack their knuckles, looking over. At last! The rematch I've been hoping for!
It's Enkidu.
As, thanks to using that, Kijo will spend no resources. Juliet will have to spend a little. As Kijo, you had fought this creature before. It gets ragdolled again. As it tries to take advantage of its wings this time more deliberately. As you notice, it seems to be trying a lot harder, having perhaps learned from its last encounter with you. But not having learned well enough. As it takes to the skies, Juliet uses a little bit of wind magic that buffets it in the air, forcing it to come crashing down to the ground.
She knows arrow now? Wow.
As with a bit of a display, Kijo, you find yourself thrashing this creature once more, rather effortlessly given your previous experience. As Enkidu eventually gets beaten and bloodied so bad it's just you guys hear pathetically in the arena, "No, no more. Please, no more."
Oh, wow.
You give Enkidu a sympathetic pat as up in the stands you see Lord Oda just put a hand on his face as he's just like slamming a fist into the railing as the mercenary Lord Yorikobi is laughing his ass off. As on the other side,
I almost regret not trying to get signed up. That looked like fun.
you notice the gunman in question and the summoner. As the summoner seems to call out a different creature this time. This creature being large and wide with just a monstrous front. You could almost consider it a wall, a demon wall, if you will.
Shut the fuck up.
As he tries to pull the shame stick with the samurai of kiting the monster around, making the guy chase him around the arena. But this massive beast is just blocking every shot while magic flies over it to torment this man. As you guys watch as Garlean engineering and ingenuity is thoroughly destroyed by a large hard wall.
It's not a sphere, but he's alright.
As we will come to the final round. Arena large. People cheering in anticipation. As Juliet and Kijo have made it to the end. I will also offer, if either of you care to take it up, for each one of them you can spend a point. To make them go first in initiative.
I'll give them a point.
As which one will you be giving it to? Both? One?
Both.
As Boko has been spent. For at the start, Hammer and Kato will be cheering them on quite enthusiastically as a wave of inspiration and determination washes over Juliet and Kijo, the whole arena on fire, as on the far side, a humble little summoner stands in the corner. "Oh, wait! I know you! You're that lady, Kijo of the yokai, yes?" As you tilt your head and nod, as you see a light fire up in this guy's eyes. "Oh, I'm such a fan of you and yours! Oh, I've heard about some of the jobs and the truly frightful men-at-arms you have with you. Being able to see you in action well, reality will be very interesting. I guess in that regard I should give my all too." certainly don't want to end up... Oh, that's your sword, isn't it? Yes, I've heard about that one. It doesn't heal wounds, right? Yes, I definitely don't want to get hit by that. As he starts preparing, as he takes out a small pouch. As you see him turn this little money pouch upside down, as gil pours out of it. Glittering gold building up on the arena floor, as everybody looks at this, gawking, as the pile climbs higher and higher. This pouch
Yeah.
contains far more than any coin purse should. As Nihilus, you think back and you just look at your bag of holding.
Well, that'll be interesting.
Trin just looks at Summoner pouring Gil. Oh no.
What do you mean? Oh no.
As it doesn't matter exactly what I spend if I win, right? I'll get it all back and more. As all of you realize where this is going.
Maybe this guy is a little like this fear. We can't tell him it's how you summon your Jimbo.
As where is
All
he?
All Yojimbo cares about is how much coin, not who holds it.
I know, with the sphere willing to dump all the money all the time to summon him. Oh, wait.
I can't find your
Have you
Jimbo.
seen have you seen the... You remember the feast he gave us? Sphere would die.
There he is.
But don't worry about that later.
As
This is gonna be something.
this Yojimbo is much larger.
Has he been working out?
As from behind. Oh, Yojimbo! Greatest summon I have at my disposal. Would you please... Ah! Hello again, Kijo! Seems we're hired on opposing sides once more. Oh. It's him again. As you wave enthusiastically, Yojimbo gives a very exaggerated bow. Well, it seems I've been called for the revels once more, and I cannot deny. Susanoo certainly knows how to throw a party. As you hold up the mask, everybody in the crowd is like confused for a moment before going completely wild.
No, I really regret not joining up on this. And
I'm just gonna... You take the lead, Kijo. As...
the fucking Jimbo again.
I have been paid quite the hefty fee this time around. Let's see if you can keep up. As you notice him reach for his blade and actually draw it this time.
Oh no. How much money did he throw on the ground?
As Kijo, would you like to start this off? As the rain starts pouring, you guys hear a crack of thunder above. As Kijo bolts across the battlefield. As you will start with Relentless. You will spend the requisite points. And... Okay, so the first hit's a crit.
Woo! glorious start.
As you charge across the battlefield, a gleaming of steel as you draw your blade to open up with your first strike. In the back, Juliet ignites your blade. So let me consider. You are two-handing this. So 2d10, 2d8, and 66.
Oof.
So we then add on to that your extra 10 damage, as this starts with a 42. And marking him with the bleed, as he will take a d4 on his turn. As with Bloodlust, you step around to go strike him. As you do, you will roll with advantage and a +1. As 15, 26 in total, I believe. You definitely hit him. For 20 damage.
Oof.
As you rush into Yojimbo, a quick, brutal strike as he's drawing his own blade, just in that small opening, you slash into him, and then you step back behind him in that brief instant and go at his summoner. As I believe, because of that being Bloodlust, that is an extra attack. No, the Burning Hands is for the individual strike. Basically, it's turning it from the cone burst into damage onto a single attack. But the advantage of that is it's no longer a saving throw, it can crit. But it can crit only the one person. Unless they are separate attacks completely. Like if you do a cleave move where it hits everybody. Back to hitting you, Jimbo. I just wanted him to know he wasn't safe here. As with another firm strike, you hit Yojimbo for another 20 damage. And as you surge, you will spend 2 points, as you may take another action. With an 18, that'll hit. Another 10! Oh, Jesus Christ.
Christ in
I had to
heaven.
move it so it stopped wiggling. I know it landed on 10. Don't worry. As you swing back around and take one more swipe at him. That will hit. As this one will hit for 16. As for the first round, Yojimbo has taken 98 damage.
Hot damn.
As you guys are barely able to process what's happening, as Kijo just comes at him with a fury of blows. Yojimbo holding up his blade to try. Oh, you're right. It's 118. My bad. Sorry. There we go. 118 as a flurry of blows comes at him. Oh, so between both of them. Oh, God. I almost gave you an extra 20 damage. Thank you for clarifying. As you guys notice that very familiar from his own fight, gold steam rising off him. As despite the fury of blows, Kijo, he is laughing boisterously. That's the spirit. And now I do believe it is my turn. As with his blade, he raises it up lazily with one arm. And you are able to dodge that. As he will try to strike you again. As he tries to retaliate, you are prepared for him this time, as he does not seem to be taking you as seriously as he should. Oh yes, right, he should have advantage. Right. Oh, then actually, let me reclaim this coin. As I did not roll for 3. As, okay, that one will hit. As his blade makes contact with you. Sharp and fierce, as you will take 9 damage from his first slash. As then, let's put this back here. Again, he should have had advantage for the first strike, and I only rolled twice. But we'll leave it as is, and give the coin back. You see him hold his sleeve up to you for a brief moment, as make a reflex save. Yes. As with 16 plus 2, 18 total, you will take half damage from this. As you notice his sleeve open up, and gil flies from it. As you are getting battered by a shotgun of coins. And you will take 8 more damage. Huh, that's strange. Why did that not have your proficiency added on? Wait. This says you... Yeah, no. Weird. My bad. Regardless, you made the save. As you are hit by a shotgun of coins and you are not forced back at all. As he stands there and looks back. Little summoner, you should probably step back. There are much more entertaining foes for you, I'm sure. As he looks past towards Juliet. As he's like, oh, yes, of course, I shouldn't get in the way of the master. Way of the master here. As 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. As he starts scurrying his way around, he looks down. Oh, but I'm just getting warmed up. We have so much fun together. At least this time isn't to the death. Though, to the death is exciting too. There's just no reunions after. As he starts scurrying his way around, he's going to try and shoot a little firebolt at Juliet. He misses miserably. As also, let me move the +5 to the description. As Juliet will go. She looks at this guy throwing little firebolts at her, and she just kind of rolls her eyes. As she'll take a few steps forward. And prepare herself to empower you once more. As Kijo, it returns to your turn. As up in the stands, Trin, Nihilus, you are able to watch this display transpire in front of you. It's a little less stressful given the, it's not a battle to the death like last time. Nihilus, you can't help but, as always when you see this man, think of your neck.
He just mindlessly just rubs his neck like. So,
You two are familiar with him.
Yeah. Yeah, we fought him.
You will really have to share the details. How many deities have you met?
He just thinks for a second and just holds out his hand, just counting like 1, 2.
Master is 3 rounds.
I went to Tanya, Diablolos,
So for this round, you will be
Rodin,
gaining advantage still.
Jimbo.
As 11
no.
plus 8, 19 will connect.
You've met a few.
As you slash him for a good 10 damage. Oh yeah, right. Yojimbo will make the save, and he'll take the d4. As that'll be an extra 1 damage onto him. And let me double check the save of your sword. I'm pretty sure he failed it with that 8. Yeah, DC 15. He failed. As that was your first strike. Would you like to go for your second? As you swerve around behind him, going for another blow. Seven with another lovely 5 added onto it. Oh yes, and also add on 3d6. As for the second strike, Juliet will be empowering it. Given she doesn't know if you're going to make a try to action surge, she'll always act based on if you're not. Blah, 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 blah. That's 19, 24 damage. As with those 2 strikes, you do some serious damage to him. As he lets out a little scoff. Summoner, you're running low on funds already. Listen. I've got more. As he will take the turn to pay him. As you see the summoner emptying his coin purse more onto the ground in the middle of combat. All of you are able to see this from the stands too.
I feel sorry for this sword when he loses.
Yeah. Well, a little bit
Take
though.
him in as a temporary replacement for a spear.
Or so.
As with his bonus action, you'll see Yojimbo take up the money. And then look back to you, Kijo. Well, let's have at it! As he will... Is he going to... See. Oh yes, the d4 damage and the saving throw, thank you. He will take 4 damage this time. Now, let's see if you can keep up with this. As... Oh, right, yeah, it stacks. My bad. Extra d4 on that.
Oh.
As he is going to start ringing out a fury of blows. As when he starts swinging, you notice not just his blade, but golden blades appearing and just slashing at you from all directions. As he'll do his first strike. He'll still fucking miss. He'll go for his second strike, which he will crit. As with that, you will take 20 damage. And then he will swing for a third time. And miss. As after he makes contact with you is when you notice those gold swords really become solid as a second one comes in with the strike. But you are able to barely parry them as you reel back from the sheer force of two blades striking you. As over here. 2, 3, and he's going to try and attack Juliet. He'll actually hit this time. He deals 1 damage to Juliet. I'm so proud of this fucking loser. As a little firebolt flies out and singes her. And she's just like, ow! Not cool. As she will prepare another she will prepare another spell strike as you notice her hand holding fire in it, looking over at you, Kijo. As for you guys in the stands, did this happen last time? How did last time let this guy go for you? Wow. As you also both are able to look at Hecate, like there's a little bit of a sparkle in her eye. She's leaning in, looking into the arena, just like you have never seen her like so excited for something before. It kind of speaks to you, Trin, that of course this bitch would get excited by blood combat.
It was a very violent encounter, but it was fine in the end. He almost took my head off, though.
But emotionally take this, Yojimbo. As you prepare to strike, this will be your third round with Master. So after this round ends, is when Master will wear off. While you debate, I'm just gonna crack open a nice drink. Nice bit of lemonade. As you will crit. So Juliet's going to spell strike with you. So 2d10, 2d8, 66. For 49 damage. $87. As devastating blow after devastating blow, you guys are noticing the teamwork going on with Kijo and Juliet in the arena. As with Bloodlust, you have already struck Yojimbo, so he can't attack of opportunity you. You will rush over to him. As you will absolutely hit him. This guy has baby defense. Okay. So when it's Yojimbo's turn, he will have to roll 4d4. As you will deal 10 damage to this guy as he's like, ow! Ow! Oh! Oh, I've been cut by the Kijo! That's amazing! Wait, I'm trying to win! As you rush back over and slam yourself into Yojimbo again. For another 7 damage. Is there anything else you'd like to do? As your turn ends, Yojimbo will be taking 3d4 damage. As with your piling wounds, he takes 9 damage. Yojimbo looks at you and puts his blade away. Sir, you have exceeded your fee. I'm done here. Wait, no, I can pay you more, please wait! As he's gone. As he is running over before he stumbles and falls on his face, his coin purse spilling money out onto the floor. As, you did enough damage that Yojimbo left before you could try paying him more.
I was saving my points so you could succeed on the head chopping, but alright. Looks like that wasn't necessary.
As he looks at you, looks at Juliet. I've still got something up my sleeve. That's right. I can summon anything. I've got it.
Oh, that's
Terrorism!
3. As you see this bomb summoned in front of you, it looks up at you. It starts enlarging. As rain is pouring down, money on the ground, this bomb sizzling from each drop of rain that makes contact with it. Oh, that's gonna be a problem. As Juliet will be preparing a frosty spell. Kijo, it's your turn. You want to try and push it away from you, alright? That'll be opposed athletics. As you guys want to cheer her on at all? Trin calling out, that's terrorism! Will that be the encouraging words that help Kijo get this bomb away, Trin?
Yeah, sure.
Alright. As with that, you'll spend your last to give Kijo advantage. As, okay, 19. Kijo, you shove this bomb away. As you run over to him. Nihilus, do you want to cheer her on as she goes to raise her blade?
Yeah.
Give us an advantage. As, Trin,
Crit,
you call
crit,
out.
crit.
Kate will start hooting wildly, cheering you on, as she's really getting into this. This is the most emotive you've ever seen her, Nihilus. As,
Oh.
by the way, add on a d10 of cold damage. As your blade wrapped in ice will strike him and shatter, dealing another 2d8 on a reflex save for him. So roll the 2d8, and he is going to reflex save. As he will take half of that damage. As... So you rolled 6, 11... Okay, this guy's done. As you slash into him, the blade exploding in shards of ice as they stab into him. The guy passing out on the ground rather quickly as the bomb behind dissipates. The whole arena is silent. Everybody in the crowd. Until... from all of you, you hear Hammer. Yeah! Kato. Yeah, that was an amazing show! Good job! Kate. Woo! Boko flapping her wings violently, feathers flying as she lets out happy chirps. Nihilus, Trin, is there anything you want to add?
They're just kind of like slumped over the barracks, just like, that could have been very bad.
I was pat Trin on the shoulder. Well, it could have, yeah, but look who we're talking about. I never doubted them for a second. Well, maybe for a second.
And all of the hooting and hollering, Kijo, you're able to look over as Juliet is running at you and slams into you as hard as she can, which is basically nothing. She is very dainty, as she hugs you before you lift her up high above your head in victory. As you start tossing, as you guys watch her tossing Juliet around. As from above you hear, and with that, my champions, true ladies of adventure, are the victors here. The champions of the lords, and I dare say they've been sweeping every tournament in Kugane this year. Truly, there's no better representative of the adventurer spirit, especially compared to those bound by jaded, old-dated codes. As you guys see his head turn, looking over at the collection of samurai in the podiums, who had been rooting for the other side and booing Juliet and Kijo on this entire adventure. As they make quite the display of it, like standing up in a huff. One, much more well-dressed than the rest, seems to just give a disdainful look and spits on the ground before they all make their way out.
I hope every last one of them's in the samurai camp. Every single one. I like this, what's his name again? Yorokobi? I like it.
As you all hear in your heads, Kijo watching them leave. I'll see you tomorrow.
On the Pearl Model says, both of us will be seeing them tomorrow.
As a healing team come to vacate the would-be summoner. as the two of you will be escorted off the field. As before you get to meet up with the lords, you will all reconvene.
That was absolutely outstanding.
Did I just beat you, Jimbo? I mean, yeah, it was a summon, but I won.
Deep little details like that do get lost in combat, don't they? Well, you did it.
Oh, that was a rush. You two put on a show better than the arena ever could. Oh, well, thank you, Hecate. You have quite the maniacal look on your face. As Hecate blinks a few times, straightens herself up. See her pat her cheeks as she puts on a more serious expression.
I was enjoying that.
I'm sure you were. As she turns her head like,
I hope I provide enough entertainment like that to next time.
How are you? You hear Trin as Kijo's looking over at you.
Hmm? Oh, yeah. You all did great.
Are you okay, Trin?
Yeah, I'm fine. Why do you think otherwise?
We
No.
just won 3 tournaments and sweep this entire competition. Not for this sort of
Yeah.
entertainment?
No, I can't say that I am. But don't let me sour the victory. Like you said, this is a pretty big deal and you won it. So, be happy for that.
Well, maybe I own the prize instead. We get to ask the lords and ladies of this lovely city for one thing. And we should all make that count, don't you think?
Right. A more luxurious boat would make things easier for us. I'm kidding. I'm only kidding. That was something meaningful.
Well, we basically have permission to call them together whenever we feel like. Do we want to get Miss Gloomy and the potato and see if we can sort out what we're going to ask for?
I don't see why not.
Yeah, we can decide it over drinks. Celebration. I mean, these two have been absolutely wrecking the traditional things about these tournaments, right? Women and victory.
You will have access to the Kurganin Palace as a familiar figure you guys have been seeing a lot lately makes his way over to you. I'm sure Diablos would appreciate a shrine, though I'm in no immediate rush to decide.
We'll definitely put that somewhere on the list. Oh, Lord, Eurokobi. Yes. Little pal.
No, please. We're past such formalities now that you've won the tournament.
Let's use those shot. It was worth a shot.
I do owe him 4. Looks at Hecate before turning her before Kijo joins and turning her attention towards Yorokobi. So you see, the old palace in the city, we keep it up as where most of the officials conduct their business. And we, lords, meet there for important matters. As such, you will be honored guests there, having meals and luxury provided for you for the rest of your stay in Kugane.
Oh, that's generous.
I would advise not staying overly long. The bickering of politicians and schemers tends to become problematic, especially for visitors.
Well, probably should learn how to get used to that.
They'll try to make suggestions to you. My best advice is ignore them. Could be useful information all the same.
Now let's like nods to that. Yeah. Well, we'd be honored to spend some time at Kugane Castle.
If you do, just announce yourself. And make sure all that will be guests with you are named so that they can be properly tended to. And allowed in and out.
Right. We'll get that list together then.
And thank you too again. Very awkward when the competition tries to pay their way to victory by bribing deities. There's nothing in our rules against it, but it's nice to see the good old adventuring spirit triumph. As he steps over and gives you two a deep bow of respect. I insist. And I look forward to seeing what you ask for. You both certainly took the time to support each other, looking over at Juliet's outfit. I'm very excited to see what you bring to the council. If you'll all excuse me. As you hear... As you say, so do I, those with earrings able to hear. Huh? What was that? As he starts making his way off. As all of you are here. Would you like to talk about anything, or start making your way back to the house to collect the other two?
Yeah. So, we should probably collect Mimi and Sakura and figure out your reward for this.
Our reward?
I was motioning to both of you.
I mean, I could ask them to let me into the samurai tournament, but I already have plans for that. She trails off. As Kijo seems to have a look dawn on her face, her eyes go wide. I probably should have ran that by him, you hear her practically scream in your heads.
Ow.
Well, you couldn't have gone far if you want to follow him.
I think I still see him walking down that way.
I mean, we'll catch up with him at the palace, right? We've got things to ask him for.
It's a big decision to make. Nice boon from this council.
So,
I wonder if he'll be able to acquiesce that without needing to spend the boon. It'd be nice, wouldn't it?
as you guys will start walking and talking. As back at the house, good Mimi.
Little
Ye-
patat.
You had a nice, warm, relaxing bath. A strange vision that makes no fucking sense to you.
Mhm.
Almost
I don't know unless you've drawn conclusions from it, in which case maybe it makes perfect sense to you.
Yeah, she's been thinking about it. She's just been like, "Ugh." And
Uh.
oh, as Mimi do, she has her own trilogy thought out of what that could be.
As while everybody is away at the tournament, was there anything else you wanted to do at the house?
Sakura, it, I got a thing. I think I know what I have to do, or I maybe I don't. Okay, so I asked Anima for help, and they sent me a vision message hint. I don't know, something happened in there, and uh okay, I'm not quite sure what happened, but I maybe I think I have to talk with the others about it.
I wouldn't really know. Visions have never been my forte.
I saw a dark Mimi. I think they're trying to tell me to do the Dark Knight ritual, maybe?
No. This is another excuse to try and become a Dark Knight. I really need to hear the details.
Okay, so there were chains everywhere, there was water, and then in the water I saw the other Mimi, okay? It was all dark, the red eyes, it was just dark side Mimi, and then they started screaming, and it sounded kind of like what Anima did, and then
So,
chains broke.
you understand that the red, or transformation is abnormal, correct?
Is it? All of you have it. Why is it abnormal?
I wouldn't know the answer to why, but it's closer to more corrupt of demons.
Well, that Mimi had also a red mouth. That was new. I've seen you guys have red eyeballs, but not the mouth. So, was it maybe because they were screaming?
And I don't know a Dark Knight that draws on their might from screaming.
Well, Anima is all about pain and suffering, right? So maybe that. Is the chains broke and they fell into the water, and then the same thing that happened back in Odin's Shrine happened. Like the Mimi turned into like a puff of smoke and then started getting inside me, and then I woke up. So maybe if I do the ritual, maybe the chains break. So maybe Anima no longer helps me. But if I fail, Nyla said that a demon will eat my soul and will use my body as a vessel. Does that mean that Zalira wouldn't get me if I failed?
That is
Or would
not
Zalira
entirely
immediately
correct.
get me?
Unless you are letting a demon inhabit you. In which case, well, when you, or the demon rather, perishes, your essence, you're gone, Mimi.
So Zalira wouldn't get me. So even if I fail, you guys would be
Everything that
safe.
you are would become that demon. And while I obviously don't know their power, if they get you, then they would simply get that demon instead, with everything that you can do.
Damn it. Okay, so if I do this and I fail, then I screw up. entirely. Okay, but Anima's saying I have to do the ritual. That's the hint. That's the answer, right? Like that's what I need to do. And then
Is that's what they are saying?
okay, what else could they be saying?
I don't know. I'm not an interpreter of visions. But the way my people do this ritual is far different from communing with the darkness inside you.
Well, Nyla said we needed like a circle to protect me and get like seal me in case a demon comes out. They had like a bunch of soldiers, like warriors, just in standby in case it happened, and they would put them down. And then they needed to be nearby, like some demonic area, so they could use it. I guess if I'm in contact with Anima, I guess they would be the one guiding me. Maybe those chains at the beginning were like the link to reach my dark night powers, right? Just does that sound weird?
Very.
Okay, maybe I need to talk to the others, right? And maybe Gillette's pretty smart. Maybe she
Maybe
knows something about it.
take some time to center yourself.
But
You're
I finally got an
scrambling
answer.
for any answer, and you're trying to make sense of one you've got.
I mean, it makes sense,
You are...
right?
If I didn't know better, I would say you were desperately trying to tie it back to something you've already considered.
I did consider it some time, but I was kind of worried to try it because I might just be doing the opposite of what I had to. Like maybe I would just mess things up and make things worse. But if Hannah is telling me that is what I have to do, then yeah, I guess that's what I have to do. And that might make me strong enough to stop Zalira. Maybe I get some insight once I have this power. Maybe I don't know. Maybe I figure out something once I have this.
I don't know. As she looks down like I have no idea what the fuck to do with visions. You all arrive back home as Hammer has along the way picked up Kijo and Juliet on both his shoulders, just like, yeah, 3 cheers for the champions. As once you guys get inside, you're set down. As you all step in, Trin, Nihilus, Kijo, you're able to see Mimi and Sakura sitting on the bench out front. As Mimi seems to be really enthusiastically talking to her about something. As Mimi, your attention is torn away for the cheering crowd.
Oh, guys, I have an answer. I got an answer from Anima. Kijo, do you know what Anima's visions may mean? Do you know how to interpret them?
I was gonna ask if you had an eventful time at home, but I guess you've answered for me.
I think they want me to use my Dark Knight powers. I think I have to do the ritual. I think that's what they're trying to say, but maybe it's not that. So
Explain.
You need to slow down, Mimi.
Okay, so
Start at the beginning.
Trin looks at the camera like they're in the office.
I'll just like puts a reassuring hand. It's like, it'll be all right. Let's hear her out.
Mimi's like that meme with the guy with the whiteboard in the background. Okay.
No!
Lucy's
No!
face.
Pepper Sylvia. Everything goes back.
Okay, so there was these chains. Okay, they were all over the place. They were going up in the air. They were then there was like this dark water everywhere, and then the water started rippling. And when I looked down, it was Mimi, but not me. It was like a dark Mimi, and it had like the red eyes, and then also red mouth. And they started screaming, and it was kind of like Anima. And then I mean that was really loud. And then chains broke. They started falling into the water. And then the other Mimi did the same thing like in the Odin Shrine. They just poofed and turned into smoke and went into me. And then then it was it. That was it. And I kind of think they want me to do the ritual and they will help. Right? The chains will be linking me to where I need to go to do the ritual, right? But then maybe the chains break once I'm done, and maybe I'm no longer like she might not help me after. Is it weird that the mouth was red though?
Now
The mouth was glowing.
Now this takes out the new sword he's got, which I assume is shiny and beautiful, because of course it would be.
Of course.
He just activates Dark Side and just opens his mouth.
His mouth is darkness.
Huh. He knows it. Yeah, that's weird. Turns it off. That is some weird enhanced dark power. My mouth isn't red.
Okay, so Sakura says I might just be seeing what I want to see. So, what do you think of it? Like, does it make sense? Do you guys think it might be something else? Kijo, you know about Anima? Did she showed you visions before? Do you know how to interpret them?
I do not know the Dark Knight ritual, but you sound as if you have an answer in search of a question.
Yeah. I suppose that is also... Actually, red chains? I don't think my ritual had chains. I mean, well...
Chains, and you said we needed like darkness to make the ritual work, and
It was
maybe
an
Anima's
artifact.
offering, right?
Anima does not speak. She feels.
She screamed.
Screams don't count as speaking. I'm pretty sure. What were you feeling then? I trust in Kijo. What were you feeling? And what was your question?
I was asking for answers for how to help Luminous Wings, and I just asked for a hint or a clue, and then that happened. So that's it. That's the clue. That's the hint. I need...
What did this vision make you feel? Not what you want it to mean. How did you feel?
Well,
Scared? Satisfied? Sad?
Fascinated.
Sorry.
I was mostly confused, but the other Mimi was screaming in pain. It was the Anima scream, and they were just screaming in pain, and I don't know.
Because you are in pain.
No, I was confused. The other one was in pain.
Stop deflecting, please. This is serious, but you might actually have something here. Now's not the time to deflect and pretend that you don't feel sad and hurt.
You might be onto something, Mimi, but it seems like you're the biggest obstacle to your own progression. That is so ironic. I'm gonna cast sleep on myself. Cast sleep on myself.
Dead on the floor.
Yes!
You cast sleep on yourself. You can't concentrate it. The sleep ends. Kato's just like, oh god, are you okay, Trent?
You had a good attempt. It worked for a second.
Worth a try.
Was good to explore one's abilities, I suppose. I wouldn't say it's ironic. It's more tragic. Yeah, maybe it's both.
It's ironically tragic.
Mm.
Tragic irony.
Maybe you could focus here. Before Mimi does something rash. Again.
You're right. Well, Mimi,
What?
I've little time or patience for this mummery, Mimi. Anima showed you a reflection of yourself. You showed you the you continue to deny. He asked you to accept who and what you are, and carry it with you. Otherwise, you will be forever chained.
That was
that's why they
What?
disappeared.
You are in pain, you cry out.
I mean, I'm. She'll look at Nyla's like I already did that kind of thing, but she doesn't say it. She's just.
But no one answers. Not even you. Now, if you'll excuse me, Ijo will step inside.
It really makes me wonder, Mimi. If and when we do rescue Luminous Wings, in the state that you are now, are they even gonna recognize you?
At this point, it doesn't matter as long as they're free.
They left before Mimi answered.
Yeah, she'll look up and
They-
be like, what?
They walked in, they were like, yeah.
As Kato's about to scurry after, Juliet stops them.
One night of breaking down does not. All these years of bottled pain remedy Mimi.
So what am I supposed to do? Just start crying now, like for 3 days or something like that? What are you expecting me to do?
Yes, you hear in your head.
That's not gonna fix anything.
You can't until you free yourself from this. Kijo, I'm inclined to believe Kijo. She is a priestess of anima. And I believe her interpretation makes sense.
She does have the most experience out of us here.
I. Clearly, there's a lot of. Well, bottled up pain. Considering how you often act when people try to pry into that. You're very used to putting on a mask, I think, aren't you?
It's always been like this. I don't get it.
Hmm.
And what was it like before this? Were you like this with Luminous Wings?
No, actually, I was kind of a crybaby, but I was the kid. Kids cry.
So
So
you were
whiny
open.
and
you felt.
I'm going to assume that all changed when they died fighting the King Behemoth.
um. Uh. She's trying so hard to try and talk. She's like, I. That day they all left. I probably kind of left with them a little bit. And, I haven't really known how to get back. She's like fidgeting with her hands, like not really knowing what to do.
As you fidget with your hands, Sakura puts a hand on them.
Mm.
You feel like you are incomplete. Is that right?
She'll give a sheepish nod. They are were everything. And now I have nothing. So, yeah.
It's not true.
Are all of us nothing?
You know what I mean? It's not the same.
I'm not implying that.
I'm not implying we should be the same, but we're not nothing. It's different, but it could be something. If you let it.
I'm not changing one family for the other like if it was just an old pair of socks.
That's not it at all.
Of course you can't do that. No one can do that. No one with an actual heart, anyway. I couldn't. This group, the Warriors of Twilight, House Nocturne, they can't compare to my family. But they are also my families. But they're all different. I care about all of them very much. I love them all very much. That doesn't mean one replaces the other. Besides, Luminous Wing seems a bit of a found family themselves, aren't they?
Where?
Maybe take some time to think on that. To actually think on that. Sakura will get up and gently motion me like, let's all head inside.
Yeah, she'll walk in.
As she'll sit down. Juliet will squirm her way up. Actually, she'll hang out here as Kato will make his way in here. As you guys will sit down for a bit. You'll get filled in, along with Sakura, that you guys will be heading to the palace.
Mimi said something after I said something about found family. What? I didn't hear actually what you said.
Oh, Mimi?
They were.
Okay. Well, death doesn't break those bonds, Mimi. Some things transcend that kind of thing. I mean, are they not your family because they're dead now? If that's the case. You wouldn't say that, would you?
You lost. Is your family still around?
Considering Mateus, I don't actually know. Considering the Fae, I don't actually. I haven't written to them in a very long time.
I know they they won't think like they probably want the best for me and they want me to move on. But I I can't help but feel guilty. Just even have friends. It doesn't feel right. Not without them. I know it's irrational, but I can't help it.
As you feel a big hand on your head. Well, getting over that's gonna be one of the first big things you need to do. Get up.
You don't need to feel guilty about that. And moving on doesn't mean forget. There's some things that never really leave you, no matter how hard you wish it, no matter how hard you work at it. But
It's
that doesn't mean you should try, right?
about accepting what you're living in now. Whatever
Mhm.
rights, whatever wrongs there were, you can't change them. Maybe you can mend them a little. And that's what we're gonna do, by helping them get the rest they deserve.
You can right that wrong. But until then, there's other steps that have to be taken. That you need to take, Mimi.
This You guys are the people I've hung out the most since Melmon. After what happened, I kind of shut down. I didn't talk to people. I didn't barely ate. I remember being sick for some time, and then Mom was like, "Let's write a letter to Dad, and let's write it to Mom." And I guess that's how it started. I started getting better, and I kind of kept writing those letters. I didn't like leaving the house though. I was always just it was just me and Mom. And then it was just me. After that, I still stayed in my room. I didn't really leave. If I did, I would smile and be kind to the people I meet, but I didn't really hang out with anyone until until you guys. I don't know how to be with friends or how to act, and I am sorry for the stuff I do. I guess I'm really bad at it.
Listen, Mimi, if anybody here needs to hear it, I don't think it's anybody in here. But it's about learning who you are now. Being a person. Little step at a time. Don't just bury your head in the ground on some epic quest that isn't going to make you feel any better.
I am not sure who I am.
Well, yeah, but that's what we're here for. We're all going to figure it out. As a squad.
Yeah. Hmm.
Yeah. Try emptying that head a little. Think a little more like me. As it gives a big grin.
Maybe don't think too much like him.
Just for a little bit. It really gives you some unique perspectives when you don't think. As we'll be stepping away from that for now. As Trin, in your room, you hear a little knocking at the door.
Oh, they're just like planking on the bed.
As you are planking on the bed, Kijo. Kijo, this will be going on roughly simultaneously. You guys were back here for a bit. So, whatever happens in here will be what's happening in here. Apologies. As Kijo steps in, holding the bolts of cloth from the fashion show earlier.
As close you went. What about him?
As Kijo, you step in. Here, this one's yours. You helped me win it.
Are you sure? You don't really have to, you know. All I really did is lend you the outfit. You had to still look good in it.
I wouldn't know what to do with it anyway.
Well, that's simple. If there was ever inspiration for something that struck you, maybe a nice kimono or a gown or even a suit or anything that kind of meets your fancy, you want to make it good and quality, you would use that for it. Or maybe if there was something you wanted to gift somebody, maybe well, anything you can make out of that cloth, you could use that to show it's very much so from the heart. Maybe take up weaving.
Alright, I'm giving... Alright, then I'm giving this one to you.
That wasn't my part. But if you're gonna be stubborn about it, then I guess I'll take it. No really use fighting it off anyway.
Indeed.
I wonder what we can make with the amount in a bolt, though.
It's a little more than a little. Like, there is enough there with each one to make an outfit. You can roughly make like 2 complete outfits with these.
It would have to find a very good weaver, or else this material would go to waste. Hmm.
I had something in mind, roughly.
Oh, are you suddenly now taking a liking to fashion?
Though, it may be a waste with the material this fine.
It depends on the idea, and whichever weaver you present it to. I think a weaver worth their salt will look at this and probably try their damnedest to make sure your vision comes to life. Fortunately, the only weaver I know worth any time and money would be the royal ones in the Ndoma Castle. As you can see, that's not really much of an option.
Perhaps, though my vision is apparently clouded, as she covers her eyes.
Oh, luckily, you have people like me and Juliet to let you know that whatever it is you're looking at and think is admonishable and worth your time is actually rubbish.
I'm still not convinced you weren't just having fun at my expense earlier.
How low are your thoughts of me, Kijo? I know only thing I've done to really warrant them are, well, the circumstances of my birth.
Honestly?
Honestly.
Vexingly middling.
Vexingly. I guess it's better than rock bottom. Wonder would you have felt that way if I'd never revealed myself that day? If at another time we spoke just like we are and you still didn't know a damn thing.
I don't hate you, but I also very much do.
Hmm. Well, it's like I've told everyone and Mimi in one way, shape, or form. You can't have it both ways. So you either hate me or you don't.
I have an annoying fondness for you that's difficult to explain. But I also wouldn't mind mounting your head on the wall. It's complicated.
No, it sounds pretty simple. Whatever weird stake you've got in all this, or whatever line in the sand you've drawn, has simply wavered away to fuck all. And you don't want to admit it.
Perhaps.
It is, Ron. Perhaps not. It's pretty much just you being overly cautious, or adequately cautious. I mean, after all, I could be, as I keep saying I am, or a complete and total fucking liar.
You are the most unroyal princess I have ever laid eyes on.
Or the most astute and amazing actress you've ever come about, and you just don't know it yet.
Only in saying that you're a liar that I know you're speaking true.
And how much salt are you willing to bet on that?
Kijo, you don't have any salt. Quite a lot, actually. And I don't have any.
They just kind of like wave their hand and just plop back on the top of the bed. They had sat up for a little bit when they started going. Well, regardless of what it is, I don't have the mind or concern to really work my brain too much about it now, so I'm just going to keep assuming that you hate me for no reason.
I don't know what you want out of any of this, but I'm willing to bet you don't either.
Mm. I keep telling myself that I'm sure. Doesn't mean a thing if I don't believe it. How does it? But it's not about whether or not I believe in it or if I want it or not. It has to be done.
As you and Kijo look each other in the eyes. But if I were to put it into words, I hate Princess Altrinia, but I can admit I find Trin rather amicable.
Hmm. That's what everybody else says as well. And for a bit I was fine with that. There's nothing about Altrinia that's worth anything. That's why it might be better if she was... You're dismissed. I gotta just turn away.
As you look away, Kijo, you standing there, you have been dismissed. But this is also you we're talking about. As you don't leave. As instead, she sits down. Will you sit on the bed or on like the little counter over here? There's no direct chair in this room. As Trin, you look away, you hear a little thump as she plops herself down on the counter on the far side.
Of course you wouldn't fucking listen to me. You have no reason to. Nobody has a reason to listen to me.
You're not too unlike Mimi in that regard.
I know, and that's why she constantly pisses me off. That's why I only ever get angry. Her and I are too fucking alike. It disgusts me.
I think the princess and Trin as two different people, really. One is real, and the other an effication. As for which is which, that's a rather interesting question, is it not? As you hear Kijo prop herself up and start making her way toward the door. as you'll hear it click open. First step out, close behind. Unless you want to do anything to stop or say before she leaves.
No, they're gonna just let her leave.
As Kijo, you'll have a bit of time to breathe before heading out. All of you are going to have a little bit of time to collect yourself. I imagine there will be some discussion going on, which can either happen next week or between if you guys want to save the practical end of it, about what you guys want to make this request for. But with that, we will wrap this up for the night, as Kijo has, with Juliet, sweeped the tourneys. Mimi is gotten a vision.
Yeah.
And had some very interesting conversations today. And good Sir Nihilus, you almost tried to murder Nyx.
It's tempting, but it's like I have to. If I kill her, I won't know things. Not until it's probably too late.
As next game, you guys will be able to make your way to Kugani Castle, make your noble requests, and there will be one last day to go through before all of this comes to an end. As for all of you here, I hope you had fun. For all of you watching, I hope you had a fun time watching. And to wrap up for the night, let's keep the fun going as somebody I started following recently, Red Illusions, is playing some Soul Hackers right now, and I am an SMT fan at heart, though. Unfortunately, barely any of them are on the PC, so I've yet to think of streaming them, besides Nocturne. But Nocturne also makes me want to cry. So, we will keep the party going. You guys will pass along. Hopefully you guys have a blast there, and all of you have a wonderful night. Again, thank you all so much
Hopefully.
for being here, and we'll see you guys next week.
Good
Take care.
night.
Mwah.
Night night.